Ready, Mayor. Thank you. We are ready, Mayor.
Thank you. I mean, just like pulling up the public comment list. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 Lawrence City Commission meeting. Before we get started, we'll have some technical information from Porter about our Zoom meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name's Porter Arneal, and I will be facilitating the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. With me here in socially distanced real life is Sherry Riedemann, our city clerk, and she'll work alongside Mayor Ananda to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, I may mute or unmute people as needed. Each time you speak, please remember to state your name for the benefit of those listening remotely. In the menu, you can also turn your camera on or off by clicking the video icon. For the purposes of this public meeting, when you are participating in the meeting, please keep your video on during the meeting. If you're not participating, it's okay to turn your video off until you will be participating in the meeting. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those who are using Zoom, somewhere on your screen you'll see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker, and gallery view tiles all of the meeting participants. And now I'll turn the meeting back over to Mayor Ananda.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Porter. Before we begin, we will do roll call. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley? Here. All right, we are all present and accounted for.
Thank you, Mayor. Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and I'm going to provide a few reminders to ensure that the provisions of the Kansas Open Meetings Act are met. Commissioners, you must state your name and title each time you speak. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, the mayor will call on commissioners individually to provide their vote. Mayor, you will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. Various members of city staff are present via Zoom, and they must also state their name and title each time they speak. Individuals who signed up in advance to provide public comment remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. The mayor will then call for in-person public comment for those without access to technology options. Staff present will direct you to the podium to speak following social distancing and safety protocols. The regular 3-minute time limit will apply. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Sherry. So we are ready to move on to our first agenda item, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any changes that a member of the commission would like to make to this agenda?
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, move for approval of the agenda.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Ananda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, second from Commissioner Larson. Vice Mayor Finkeldie,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bully,
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley,
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Before we move on to our consent agenda in the space where we generally do proclamations, I wanted to give our city manager, Craig Owens, an opportunity to introduce our new DEI staff member tonight. It's very exciting to have them here with us.
Craig Owens, City Manager. Mayor, thank you. It is my great pleasure to be able to introduce this new team member. This is a new position created by the city, and we are very excited to have identified and brought onto our team Dr. Faris Mohammed. He comes to us most recently from Peoria, Illinois, and has a lengthy record of service in equity and inclusion work, and is here on the call with us. So I will turn it over to him to send greetings, and we'll look forward to bringing him here in person one of these days soon.
Thank you, City Manager. Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor, Commissioner members, and City staff who are on the call, and to the City of Lawrence overall. I'm Faris Mohammed. I'm very excited to be selected after a very rigorous interviewing process with the City Manager and various department managers and stakeholders throughout the community. I'm very excited to be identified and selected for the Director of Equity and Inclusion position, and looking forward to working with all the city staff and the city community members overall. So I'm excited to be selected for the position and looking forward to working with everyone.
We are very excited to have you, Dr. Mohammed. Thank you so much for attending this meeting with us tonight and taking a few minutes. I very much appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the list is our consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Consent agenda items are eligible for live public comment. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Are there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the commission wishes to pull?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldie. I'd like to pull B7A.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Anything else, commissioners? We also have public comment on item B.6 Bid as well, so we'll be pulling that.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldie. Seeing no others, I would move for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of B6B and B7A.
Commissioner Shipley, second.
This is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldie, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. The first item that was pulled from the consent agenda is item B6B, bid and purchase item. We have Stephen Watts signed up to give public comment on this item. Please state your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Stephen Watts. I believe I put on for discussion of the contract, the consultation contract, not this taser situation. Or did I put in for both of them?
Mayor Ananda, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. The email referenced this item, but obviously if Mr. Watts would like to speak to both or the other item, we can make sure he gets listed for that item as well.
This is Mayor Nanda. Sherry. Mr. Watts, do you want to give comment on this item?
Certainly, it'll be something to opine about. This contract adds $130,000, if I recall correctly, to enhance the taser program. The old tasers work just fine. They don't use them anyway. They use them on their hips so that they can say, oh, I was reaching for my taser, and then they use their gun. The old tasers are good enough. that's being a little flippant with the kind of situation that we have going on with our police department. But irrespective, this contract is spending money that could be used for other things going on in town. When does the police department stop needing money and can work with what they have? It is just a department in the bureaucracy. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, we will bring it back up to the commission. This is item B.6
This is
Any-
Commissioner Bowley. Could we check for comment in the meeting room, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Bully. Ms. Mayor Nanda, is there anybody present to give public comment on this item, Sherry?
Do you want to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Understand.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you.
Good.
So we will bring it back to the commission now. Any discussion or is there a motion?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldie. I think it's a good use of in the cost savings from where we'd have to play to eventually repair some of these tasers. So I'm certainly in support. And hearing no other comments, go ahead and make a motion to authorize the city manager to sign the First Amendment to the Master Services and Purchase Agreement with Axon Enterprise, Inc., enabling the Lawrence Police Department to bundle the current body-worn camera program with a new taser program. Oh, actually, I'm reading the wrong thing, I guess. The body-worn camera program, the new taser program, which includes the purchase of 120 taser devices from Axon Enterprises for a cost not to exceed $1,363,598.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, do we have a second?
Commissioner Larson, I second that.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldie, a second from Commissioner Larson. Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. The second item is B7A. And Vice Mayor Finkeldie, you pulled this item?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor Finkeldie. I was just pulling it to vote against it to be consistent with my previous vote. I have nothing to add.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you. We do have two individuals signed up for public comment on this item. The first individual is Carrie Neighbors. Please go ahead, state your name. You have 3 minutes. You may be on unmute. Carrie Neighbors? Porter, are we seeing them on the list?
No, Mayor, I don't see anybody by that name.
Bottom left, pink shirt, Guy Neighbors.
Mayor Nanda, this is Sherry Reederman, City
Oh.
Clerk. We did have an email that was two individuals, and it wasn't clear whether they were both speaking. I believe they're members of the same household, so perhaps it might be Guy Neighbors.
Yes, I'm Guy Neighbors.
There we go.
Ms. Mayor, yeah, Guy Neighbors, please go ahead. You were the other person on the list.
Thank you. The decision to close down Airbnbs affects our family. So my name is Guy Neighbors, and I'm the owner of Advocates for Justice Paralegal Service. I wanted to address this issue with you guys just to make sure that, that you're aware. If the city follows through with this, the city will be in violation of the Administrative Procedures Act of 1946 and a bunch of other things. And the reason it's going to be a problem is because the city uses the deeds filed in the county recorder's office, registered in the county recorder's office for control over everyone's property. And the Constitution mandates that in two places that private property cannot be taxed. So from my research, it appears that once the deed is filed in the county recorder's office, the property is reclassified at one of the three commercial classifications for the sole purpose of taxation. And that is illegal. the ordinances that the city is going to use do not have the necessary elements to be considered a valid law, as they are lacking the enacting clause, the title, and the body, as per the state constitution. And if this is passed, we will be in a position to file a claim against the city for these problems. And I would hope the city would reconsider passing this, because it's the people that are using these Airbnbs, that are making money with the Airbnbs, are just average families working through this pandemic, trying to make sure we can pay our bills and keep a house over, or a roof over our heads. They're not party houses, and they're not, at least ours. And if they are, it's up to the police to be involved in that. And then I can understand if there's a problem with that. But just to outlaw all of the Airbnbs is an infringement on our constitutional rights. And I want to make sure that the city is aware of that. There is no law that mandates that property owners must register their property in the county recorder's office. And the way the current system is set up, property owners are not aware that the registering of that title is what initiates the property tax, the zoning, coding efforts, and all of that against their property. And if there's no law that mandate that property owners must register their property in the office, we should be able to demand it be returned and not have to face what we're facing right now today. Thank you.
Mayor Nada, thank you. Sherry, is there anyone present in chambers who would like to make public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one individual who would like to speak.
Thank you.
This is the microphone, right? Sorry.
You're fine, thank you.
My name is Sherry Ellenbecker. Before I do anything else, I want to say thank you to the city staff and the commissioners for all the hard work and all the long hours and hard decisions you've done to keep all of our residents as safe as possible during this coronavirus pandemic. I just see we lost 2 more of our county citizens today, and that is just so sad. I'm also here to urge you to pass the ordinance on its second and final reading as it's written, because it will rectify 3 wrongs. It will positively impact affordable housing. It will rectify an inequitable situation an addendum to the original agenda packet that talked about how they raise the rents in the neighborhoods where they are, because, you know, they're getting sucked out. The, you know, homes where people live are getting taken and turned into hotels. One by one it happened, and these neighborhoods were robbed of their homes. And at the March 5th, 2019 meeting, Scott McCullough said there were between 140 and 170 of these hotels operating in neighborhoods, and that's a huge amount of housing. I mean, when you look at what you get from your sales tax and from the concessions you give to developers, this is decades worth of. It is only in the low to moderate income areas, those houses, that are being impacted, because that's where the money will work. That's where people can make money renting them out by the night, and they don't have the developers' covenants and the homeowners associations that preclude them from doing it. So every time you take a home, you're taking something from the affordable housing community, because it only affects those areas. And those kids go to school, those parents spend their paychecks at Dillon's, and they go downtown and they eat out once in a while, and they buy their clothes, and they are a vital part of the community that was just being robbed. And then on top of it, it is overly burdensome for the neighbors to have to police the occupancy restrictions and the other things that happen with these Airbnbs that are operating in the neighborhoods because they are disruptive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you. Sherry, is there anyone else present to give comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. So we will bring it back up to the commission.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. Is it okay if I'd like to hear from perhaps Tony or Randy on this?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Do you have a question?
Is it appropriate to ask you, I haven't heard these particular objections that Mr. Neighbors has brought up. I can see perhaps some misunderstanding about how things are reported and the city's interaction with the county, but I wondered if you could respond to some of the things he said.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. I would point out that this ordinance doesn't ban all Airbnbs or short-term rentals. In fact, it was never legal until these ordinances were passed. It was never a recognized use, so it is now legal based on this. There's nothing regarding the Administrative Procedures Act that applies to the city, and we are not using the things that are recorded in the county for the purpose of running this, and it doesn't amount to a tax. It's just basically a license so that we can regulate these and keep these things, and we are not making any money off of it, so it is not an illegal tax. So that would be our office's response to Mr. Neighbors.
Commissioner Shipley, thank you, Randy.
This is Mayor Nanda. Is there other discussion?
This is Commissioner Boley. I'd just like to thank everybody for getting us to this point. It's been a long process, as Ms. Ellenbecker pointed out. And I think that this is, what's going to be, as Randy pointed out, what makes Airbnbs, short-term rentals, legal in Lawrence.
Do we want to make a motion?
This is Commissioner Boley. I move that we adopt on second final reading ordinance number 9737 and ordinance number 9740.
Commissioner Larson, I said.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Nay.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor voting against. We are ready to move on to public comment on the agenda this evening. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues except those scheduled on the consent agenda and regular agenda portions of the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals should address all comments and questions to the commission. Individuals wishing to provide live public comment must register as outlined at the top of the agenda. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. We do have 3 individuals signed up for general public comment this evening. The first is Linda Newey. Please go ahead, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you might want to speak up just a little bit. You're quiet.
Hi, my name is Linda Newey, and my comment is regarding the mask mandate. And so I asked for this opportunity to speak tonight because I'm upset that my fundamental freedoms have been violated. 2 weeks ago, I went to the city library to check out a book, and I was told that I had to wear a mask to enter a public building. I refused, and the police were called. Officer Roberts then proceeded to use his authority to make me exit the building. My civil rights as a citizen of this country was violated. I explained to the officer that my constitutional rights cannot be removed, suspended, or withdrawn by the governor of Kansas or by the mayor of the city of Lawrence. I told the officer that Section 242 of Title 18 makes it a crime for him to persist in kicking me out of the library and that he cannot willfully deprive a person of a right or a privilege protected by the Constitution of the laws of the United States. Under Section 242, acts done under the color of law include acts not only done by federal, state, or local officials such as yourself while you're performing your lawful duties, but it also includes acts done when you exercise unlawful mandates that go outside of your official lawful authority. So when Officer Roberts removed me from the library, he was acting in his official duties. However, his actions went beyond his lawful authority, according to Section 242. Now, these crimes committed under the color of law are punishable, anywhere from imprisonment up to life or even the death penalty. The 14th Amendment prohibits states from taking away my rights and gives all citizens equal protection under the law. My right to government services and public facilities were denied that day. It is unconstitutional for the state or federal government to require or mandate that I wear a face covering of any kind. I'm within my rights to refuse one, and it was unlawful for the police officer to deprive me of my rights. So my request is today, I want to ask the city, what immediate steps will you take, with the city of Lawrence to protect me and to ensure that my privileges and personal liberties as specified by the Constitution will be preserved when I enter into public buildings that are funded by my tax dollars? That's all I have to say.
This is Mayor Nanda. The second public commenter we have signed up is Stephen Watts. Please state your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Stephen Watts. We're going to talk about the police department for Lawrence, Kansas, and just what is going on. Do Black lives no longer matter in Lawrence, Kansas, or did they ever? That's the question, I guess. Was it only for a second? I mean, now we have police cars in Lawrence, every one of them, driving around with AR-15 rifles in the trunks. God knows if they've been converted to full automatic. They won't answer that question. It's been asked. Now we have the newly elected sheriff in cahoots, veteran Lawrence police officers to fiddle around, as reported by the Lawrence Journal-World. It all comes from their police training, which is on a military model. They go to this stuff all groovy and whatnot in relation to sheepdog mentality from this David Grossman guy. Bulletproof mind. Just please look at the training videos on YouTube and you'll see what these guys are hearing. And girls, these guys, these gals, these people, it's wrong. Lawrence needs to identify what kind of policing we want for our community. Do we want soldiers on the streets with machine gun nests coming? They're driving around with AR-15s. Are they waiting for the Battle of Lawrence again? Are they going to fight off? I don't know. We need to decide if we want military-style police in Lawrence or peace-style police. It's a new day, a new way of thinking about policing. It is an opportunity. We have good police people. We need to help our administrators understand it's a new day. There's people from all over the country that want to come to Lawrence and be police. Be good kind of police. Not choke you to death police. Where are we on the can't wait? You know, I know it's not going to happen, Marinanda. I saw what you did in the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council or whatever it is. What a racket. Full of guys making hundreds of thousands of dollars on the industry. It's just incredible. That's it for now. We're going to talk about this contract coming up. Thanks.
This is Mayor Nanda. The third person we have giving public comment this evening that signed up is Chris Flowers. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. Yesterday, I tuned in to the Human Relations Commission, and they did their case report, and one of the cases was about a tenant didn't like that his landlord was adding in, I guess, a clause to the contract that if if there's a bed bug infestation, that the tenant would be responsible. And I was that got me thinking that we're going to be looking at the whole long-term rental inspections at some point in the future. And I was just wondering if we could look at when landlords, because I'm pretty sure my landlord in the last contract I signed, they added in the clause that if there's a bed bug infestation, that the tenant's responsible. But I was wondering if we could have it so that if a landlord does that have in the clause that the tenant's responsible for an infestation, that the city, like the inspector, that he comes and looks at the unit and he decides that he'll agree with the landlord that the tenant is the one that caused the infestation. And my problem is like, how can you tell for sure which tenant caused the infestation? Like, it seems to me, if like I live in a triplex, what if there's others and a breakout happens? I mean, is the landlord gonna do due diligence and science and actually figure out who caused it, or is the one he's gonna say caused it the one that's always behind on rent and the one he wants to get rid of? So I would like to see that the city somehow incorporates our inspector into something like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Mayor Nada, thank you all. Sherry, is there anyone present in the commission room who wishes to give general public comment?
No, Mayor.
Mayor Nada, thank you. In that case, we are ready to move on to our regular agenda items. Item number 1, consider authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement in the amount of $117,833 with Citygate Associates LLC for a comprehensive study of the Lawrence Police Department.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. We have a very brief presentation, or very concise presentation for you this evening to review this professional services agreement. And we are actually joined by several members of the consulting team from our recommended consultant, Citygate Associates, and they are on the call. And so I will ask them to introduce themselves at the end of our remarks from the city staff. I'm going to sort of tee this up and then hand the presentation over to our city management intern, Andrew Davis, who has been key to getting us to this point in our selection process. So just a little bit of background in what led us to pursue this study in a consultant contract. We had been discussing internally conducting a consultant-led study, a professional management study of the department to help us with our transition in leadership and to also do some master planning to ensure that we're being responsive to our changing community expectations and really inform the recruitment of our next permanent police chief. And so we had been discussing that internally over the early part of the summer. And then really with the issues around and the events around police-race relations that we've experienced nationally and locally over the late spring and the summer, we really decided that this was the right time to pursue this sort of study and to really scope it so that it is comprehensive and very engaging, driven by input from our community stakeholders in particular. And so the staff report sort of provides a little bit more background on what has led us to pursue this study and come up with this recommendation for you this evening. We are very excited to get started with this study. It's been a long process, very rigorous process to get to a recommendation on the consultant. And I would like Andrew Davis to take over the screen now and walk you through a little bit of the scope of work, or the selection process and the scope of work, and what you can expect out of this study effort.
Thank you, Brandon. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Davis. I am the intern for the City Manager's Office. Before I get into the scope of work, I do want to talk about the selection process as to how we arrived at selecting Citygate as the candidate for this RFP. So a total of 10 proposals were given to us in the summer, and they were submitted to us for the RFP. And in order for us to select the best candidate, we assembled 2 teams. The first team was a cross-departmental staff team. They included people from the city attorney's office, the Lawrence Police Department, municipal services, IT, the city manager's office, fire and medical, and at the time, our interim DEI director. The second group comprised of community stakeholders, which included a Sanctuary Alliance and members of the LGBTQIA plus community, the shelter, LPOA, Lawrence Police Officers Association, the NAACP, Downtown Lawrence, KU, Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the Community Police Review Board, and members of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. And so the process was very, very long and arduous. The staff selection committee read all 10 proposals and scored these proposals on a matrix. After that, we met and decided on the final 5 that we would then send to community stakeholders for the next round. Community stakeholders then, as they were able, were given these 5 proposals, and they read those proposals and also scored them on a matrix. And within this round, they selected 3 candidates. Those final 3 candidates did virtual interviews, and this virtual interview process involved a mix of city staff and community stakeholder groups to determine the final candidate. The final interview involved a presentation, involved Q&A, and a simulated stakeholder engagement process in which we could see how each candidate would handle our community and the needs that, the various needs that our community represents. Afterwards, everyone was given the weekend to look over each proposal as well as evaluate what they had heard and come up with their final candidate. I do want to take this moment to commend the numerous community stakeholder members that I had mentioned earlier who had put in work. Their dedication and hard work helped us get to this process. They spent pretty much the entire workday on a Friday hearing these interviews and watching these presentations and engaging with each candidate. And so we are lucky to have such engaged community members to really partner with for this process. I will share my screen and move on to the scope of work and kind of do a summary of what that looks like. So can everybody see my screen here? All righty. Great. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is from the RFP that was given out to all of the candidates. And you can review all of these in more detail. I know that this is attached to the agenda, but I do want to go through some of the main points. Before I do that, in conversations with Citygate, and they will probably say this themselves, the scope of work that you see will be molded as community engagement and feedback happens. And so what you see here is definitely the start. But if there are other needs that do arise from the community, we have heard from Citygate that they are willing to be responsive. And so some of the things that that's within the scope of work is evaluating employee engagement in commissioned and non-commissioned staff, and making recommendations on work environment and organizational culture, evaluate and provide recommendations to responding to and serving marginalized identities in the Lawrence community, evaluating for modern policing practices and provide for recommendations for new practices as needed, assist with the process of becoming CALEA, which is the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies certified, evaluate and make recommendations on command structure, develop a position profile for the new police chief, provide recommendations for best practices for community engagement in light of recent calls for police reform, evaluate and provide recommendations for hiring, training, and professional development, evaluate and make recommendations on statistical and data reporting, as well as public reporting protocols, evaluate and make recommendations regarding interactions with and service provided by Douglas County Emergency Communications and booking and holding facilities, review work completed thus far for LPD's strategic plan, and when possible, provide metrics for city for implementation and evaluation process. This list does include concerns raised by the Commission in the summer regarding policing. This list also will be benefiting from feedback from the Community Police Review Board members. The study would begin in November of this year and officially end in July of 2021. More details on dates and specific times will be given as the process takes place, but at this time, no in-person contact is planned for this study. Everything will be virtual. I would transition to kind of what Citygate will do, or what are some of their deliverables here as they address the scope of work that I just laid out. Give me a second here. Right. Okay, I hope everybody can see this as well. So these are the tasks that are laid out by Citygate. Once again, I'm not going to go through all of these in great detail, but I do at least want it to be there for a visual here. And so what will Citygate do? A more detailed explanation can be found in the proposal, which is attached to the agenda, which you all have. Some of the things that are included within these tasks are interview current city leadership, including but not limited to the interim police chief, LPD, leadership, city manager, and members of the city commission, conduct Lawrence Listen survey and virtual community engagement, review staffing needs and demands, conduct data analysis, interview members of LPD of varying ranks, deliver midway project updates to city manager and interim police chief, prepare a draft report that addresses all scope of work, incorporate city and community feedback and final report, and make final presentation to the city commission. And there will be ample opportunities for community feedback. And as I said before, Citygate is willing to adjust and kind of hear the community to make sure that this project does fit what our community needs and wants. And so as I end my presentation, the final work that will be given here in the deliverables for this project will involve data, staffing levels, command structure, community engagement, recommendations on serving marginalized communities, hiring, training, professional development, CALEA certification, and providing help and the needed support for LPD's master plan. The biggest thing here is also making sure that within the search for the next police chief, that Citygate will do whatever they can to help us craft what we need for our community. As Brandon had said, Citygate is here to answer any questions, and city staff here is here on call to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you all for going easy on me, and I have nothing else. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that presentation. Commissioners, what questions do you have for Andrew or the Citygate representatives who are here this evening?
This is Commissioner Larson. I had a couple of questions to kind of start off here. So Citygate, who is the owner of Citygate? Who owns them?
Hi, this is Stuart Gary, the Public Safety Principal of Citygate, and the owner, David DeRuse, is on the call. The short answer to the question is Citygate's a sole proprietorship LLC based in California. The team is comprised of members from several states. No parent organization, national standards entity owns us or tells us what to do. We're all public safety professionals who believe in giving back to good government. We just enjoy public administration and helping other communities get better and healthier.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I appreciate that. Commissioner Larson, again, another question. As you conduct this evaluation, will you be following a specific model that you've used before or a national model? Can you give me an idea about that?
Yes, Commissioner. Not a national model as to type of policing and a predetermined outcome. Our experience-based model is multifaceted to get data from the agency, the community, listened to internal city and external community stakeholders, compare and contrast their observations and needs with the prior data and the socioeconomics of your community, conduct a gap analysis and stand back and say, this is what your police department has and is doing. This is what it's being trained, has been trained to do. These are the emerging needs of the community. This is what change in policing in America looks like. And take best practices, our professional experience, and the needs of Lawrence. And I'll say that 3 times and every month for 6 months. The needs of Lawrence have to fit. You don't lift a prescriptive model from a book somewhere and say it fits 50 communities in America. We are just too diverse. Certainly there are safety practices and best standards, but this is not something we lift off the desk and change the name to protect the prior client.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for right now.
This is Commissioner Boley. I guess my question for Citygate is, what is the significance of CALEA?
I'm going to ask Chief Ward to respond to that after I give you the high-level view. The significance of best standards and accreditation being a step beyond best standards is to say we've internally measured and benchmarked ourselves to what many consider to be best practice is in the United States, and whether it's healthcare accreditation, law enforcement accreditation, fire services accreditation. The umbrella is we did a deep dive on ourselves and convinced an independent accreditation review team that we have met those benchmarks. That's not unlike what we're going to do in this study for Lawrence. We're going to take you apart to the most granular level necessary and compare you to how you're meeting your needs as well as those best practices needs. Rich or Stephen, would you like to add anything to that?
Stu, this is Rich. I can't. You've covered it very well. It really says that your agency is using a football analogy. I mean, you're doing the basics, the tackling, the blocking, the passing, the running of policing. And as you said, an independent national organization has come in, looked at the agency, reviewed all policies, staffing. They do a complete, as I understand it, CALEA today, they do a complete review of the agency. The key, though, however, is the accreditation to maintain it. I think it requires every 3 years you have to undergo a review, and I think that's key.
Tim, is there any specific Kansas-based CALEA perspective?
Tim Haggerty, Citygate here. There are a handful of agencies in the state of Kansas that are CALEA agencies. The agency I currently work for, which is the Riley County Police Department, was the very first in the state of Kansas in 1991. And we find it helpful not only to have an outside agency come in and give us the stamp of approval based upon some national standards, but quite frankly, it's difficult sometimes to hold yourself accountable, even when you say these are the things that we're going to do, unless someone comes in and kind of forces you to do it sometimes. It's an arduous process. There are a number of standards, over 400 standards, some of which don't apply to all agencies, but most of which do. It's very rigorous, and the first time around, which is what Lawrence would be going through, it is a very, very difficult undertaking. But in my opinion, what you come out with is a very, very professional organization, a more professional organization even than you have right now, and it's a very good one. So I don't think the needle is going to have to move a great deal in order for Lawrence to achieve accreditation, but I think it's valuable for a community like Lawrence that appreciates transparency. And when you have somebody from the outside coming in to look at your agency as we're proposing to do with Lawrence, I think that gives a certain air of credibility to the organization, to the city for having done that.
Mr. Commissioner Rowley, thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Larson again. I just have one more question if nobody else has one right now.
Go for it, Commissioner Larson.
So my question is do you have experts on staff that with experience in equity and policing, and how will this aspect of the policing be evaluated?
Short answer is yes, in that we're not nationally published names. We are prior public safety police chiefs of department, very well experienced in those communities. And to work for my police team, our police team on Citygate, is they are committed to their core to improve policing in America. And that's any type of equity, inclusion, and fair treatment of all individuals in all circumstances. I want you all to know, after the George Floyd incident, I re-interviewed every police and statistical member of the Citygate team, and we discussed biases, perspective, and what has to turn the corner in America. They all met my challenge. They all said, we can't wait to get in and work with a community on equity and change of procedural issues. Again, Rich, Stephen, or Tim, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I would like to weigh in. Richard Chief Ward has a great deal of experience in working with diverse communities, so I'll keep my comments brief. But I've been involved in research involving procedural justice and equity, and including some national publications. It doesn't make me an expert by any means, but we do understand the research side of it, the importance of it, as we talked about transparency before when I mentioned CALEA. So we are all aware of the magnitude of this issue in America today, and we believe that the Lawrence Police Department is up to that challenge, and we're up to the challenge of helping them. So I'll turn the rest over to Chief Ward.
Thanks, Tim. There are a number of factors and data points that we'll look at: arrests, police stops. I know the agency, Lawrence, is looking at undergoing a study, disproportionate minority contact. That study, that's important. We'll look at that. Use of force, that's a key factor. Complaints, but that's a partial, because some people won't make a complaint. Now, ultimately, we want to know if residents and stakeholders have trust, confidence, and support in the local police department. If so, why? If not, why not? So we really want to talk to some that have been stopped and contacted by the police, talk to officers about their view. It's a comprehensive review and a look and really getting into what happens in a contact. You may make an arrest and no one complains and the case is charged or not, but maybe something is broken in that contact, something's gone wrong, and it's not, and the officer maybe needs retraining, maybe the supervisor's not engaged. So we'll go through that whole process to look at what is working in Lawrence and what needs to improve. Is it training? Is it supervision? Is it hiring? Is it accountability? Is it policy? I mean, all of those issues.
Thank you, sir.
This is Mayor Ananda. I had a couple of questions. I'm curious what extent community engagement shapes the recommendations that comes from Citygate in general.
It's always the foundational bedrock. Don't know how better to say it, that you can't do something to a community as an outside consultant or firm. You can't just come in as an expert and prescribe something and then walk away. We're known for telling communities what they need to hear in a way they can hear it. We're known to almost have to do shuttle diplomacy at times between factions, either in the city family or in the city community family, to raise shared understanding of an issue, and sometimes the painful policy choices that could confront the elected officials on an issue. And I speak from the heart on that, not just in my prior public safety career, but I'll turn myself out. I'm also a reformed ex-local government elected official. I've been a school board member and a city council member for 5 years. I really get what it's like being in an open and closed session and having the community tell you what's right or what's wrong, more importantly, what's wrong, and your need to turn to staff and let staff and the community figure out how to fix it. So it's the bedrock. We wouldn't turn in a study of this type. We wouldn't have responded to the RFP had we not seen a large community inclusion input. Frankly, the challenge will be Zoom. None of us are thrilled by it. We want to be feet on the ground. We would normally ride with patrol cars, have coffee clutches, have auditorium meetings. But we really appreciate the city's interview process. First time in 15 years, we've done mock live exercises via Zoom. We survived the Lawrence Gauntlet. We're becoming more adept every month over the last 8 months on Zoom. We also really took note and appreciate the fact you've already deployed Lawrence Listens. And we think you've got some good listening tools to build upon. And from the community members we heard in the interview process, you certainly have no one shy about saying, Emperor, you wear no clothes, and you need to listen harder over here in this corner. And we'll do our best to seek out the contrarian views because sometimes the contrarian view just hasn't normally been listened to. And this is the time to let them speak to their issues.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you. I have a couple of other questions around just thinking through. I know you all received the list of proposals that were recognized by the commission, and there were 12 of them, looking at things like decriminalization, response teams, and I know some of that was mentioned in the application as well as the proposal. And I think about, there's an emphasis on best practices, and I think that there's some complication around that when we're trying to rethink things and think outside the box. And, either the best practices aren't good enough or many law enforcement agencies aren't engaging them. Either way, that's problematic. And I know that all of you have worked within that field or do currently work in that field. And I didn't see anyone who was what in that field would be considered a civilian, who has expertise in other areas or trauma or, the myriad other areas that impact a law enforcement officer and the responses that they're expected to engage in a community. So I just wondered how you're going to do that. If we're really reimagining, rethinking, just taking a fresh look at that, what are your thoughts on that?
We were intrigued by the depth and breadth of the list, and your RFP covered it. There's several subtexts to that list. No, we don't have a 20-person team with every subspecialty. And the reason is, frankly, we prefer to build with the community liaison, your nonprofit, county mental health, et cetera, partners, and say, let's think outside the box. Here's a demography, call volume, neighborhood-based issue that's not best addressed by the traditional 1 or 2 person sworn officer response. What framework exists within those practitioners already in your community to build a better, different pathway? And to us, thinking outside the box isn't going to throw a Pollyanna idea at the wall and say, figure it out after we leave. We want to understand if I need 2 different disciplines to respond to certain types of calls, what's the cost of doing that? Nothing is free. A nonprofit, another county or public health or a hospital agency has to staff, respond, and take that troubled, in need person from the field, get them to a destination, and then be able to care for them. And we've learned to mine that local data and then turn to the local experts and say, what works here? What are you capable of tomorrow? What could you be capable of in 3 years? And we find many of those are just as well read on the literature and what's being prototyped nationally. We can certainly reach outside the team. So if we encounter an obstacle and there just is one guru in America that we need the advice on, we'll go find him or her and talk. This team is also pretty diverse in our professional experiences. Chief Wilson couldn't be on the call this evening, but to how we think outside the box, I saw you as a college town. And a prior client of mine, who I think the world of, is the female police chief of Stanford. You think, well, what's a university police chief got to know? She spent her whole career in a university and a college town of Palo Alto. She can't wait to talk to university police and students and business owners in the downtown about what student issues exist, not just criminal issues, but being supportive. Jack from Minnesota's got several unique experiences in the Twin Cities area of what works, what hasn't worked, what's been tried before. So I think even though you don't see the resumes on the list, we've all been touching those for a good chunk of our career. And I'll repeat myself, we need to figure out what Lawrence can deploy at what cost, how quickly. So it's not only just the will to do it, but can you effectively pull the trigger and get it done?
This is Mayor Ananda, thank you. Are there other questions from commissioners?
Mayor, I do have a couple more questions. It's Commissioner Larson. So one part of your proposal talked about data competency. So my question around that is, you'll be collecting obviously quite a bit of data, and we'll be providing the recommendations based on the data that you collect. So will we get the opportunity, or will it be included in the report, all the raw data that you collect?
Not normally. The raw data is included in the published report. It's summarized in tables, graphs, descriptive statistics. The agency certainly we return the raw data if we've cleaned it, eliminated outliers, records with missing data fields. The agency has access to our Excel or other software working models, certainly. It's rare that a client publishes 100% of the raw data along with the public report. And as I already just mentioned, that raw data has to be cleaned and normed for missing records and statistical outliers. So you always start with a larger bucket, and then you have to clean it down to what is a pristine, usable date range that accurately describes something. But we could certainly have that conversation with staff about how to make that available to follow on researchers or other persons of interest.
Yeah, Commissioner Larson, again, yeah, I would appreciate having that conversation, because I do think it's important that when you come to a conclusion and a recommendation, that we know exactly how you got there. And so it would be important for me to know that. Okay.
It's also important.
Go ahead. You're fine.
I just wanted to say it's also important for your city team to be able to measure it accurately going forward, because we really believe in the principle of continuous process improvement. What gets measured gets done. So even if we go scrape together some data and build a justifiable business case to you, and the commission says, Chief, implement, how do you know in 12 months if implementation works if they can't measure it? So we'll take that extra step to ensure, too, that you know what you can and can't measure easily going forward, and what data systems might need to be repaired or built anew.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. One more question, Commissioner Larson again. Will you be? This might have been in your report somewhere, and I apologize if I overlooked it. Will you be talking to our Community Police Review Board members?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. I noticed that you have a number of the stakeholders, obviously the police, LPOA, a lot of people that you are going to interview. And I wondered, especially in a department where they're having a trouble hiring or people are moving maybe to closer communities, Kansas City or something like that, would it be appropriate to interview former employees to determine what those factors are that are drawing them away?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And your Human Resources Department may already have some of that compiled over a multiple year or multiple departure reason. I'd also go a step further in terms of community engagement. And ask younger to maybe transitional mid-career residents of the city, have you considered law enforcement as a career? If not, why not? What would attract you to serving your community in either public health, public mental health, law enforcement, some new type of city position perhaps? And I think Lawrence, listening, maybe a web-based survey is a better way to get some of those answers quickly and quantifiably than just in every community meeting saying, hey, by the way, who's been or not been interested in becoming a police officer. So I think why they exit's important, and also listen to the current chief and staff about what's your ability or inability to do recruiting. And that's a big issue. And I gave Rich 30 seconds to think about it. Rich, follow up on recruiting and barriers to recruiting.
Yeah, I tell you, of course, I think Lawrence knows this is probably the biggest factor facing police departments all across the nation today. So that, as you said, Stu, that's an issue. We want to see what the department's doing now. We'll talk to staff. Your best recruiters are your own people. I kind of use that informal measure. Are people in the agency the people that you want there? Are they referring and telling their friends and colleagues to come work for Lawrence PD? If not, why not? So that's a key piece we'll look at. Are people leaving prematurely, mid-careers, 7-8 year veterans? Are they leaving? That may be an indicator of something not working. High sick leave, those are indicators we'll look at to see, do people want to promote? Do they want to work in a specialized assignment within Lawrence? And so we'll look at the morale issue, if you will, to see if that's a factor that suggests, high turnover. But also, those are factors that might suggest, might help us to improve retention too, not just recruitment.
This is Mayor Nanda. Other questions?
Commissioner Larson, I'm sorry, I have one more question. I noticed in task 3 that you talk about that there's going to be interview with key members of the community and other stakeholders and groups. Who is picking those groups or stakeholders that you will be talking to?
We are in cooperation with you all and your staff. So we have a thematic list that we think already, knowing what little we do about Lawrence, and the interview review panel members whom to shortlist. But we will be asking city executives and all of you and the police commission. There has to be a cycle, a lap taken through all of you to say, is this growing inclusion list and the manner of outreach, large Zoom meeting, 5 little Zoom meetings, some one-on-one or two-and-one meetings. We want to figure that out in cooperation. So we try to the best of the ability. We don't miss somebody on the first lap through. We will. It's human nature. Somebody will have a blind spot and forget maybe to ask about so-and-so. And that's okay. You add them in. And we describe this as kind of pulling a string on the ball of yarn. And in your case, it's multiple strings at once. And you have to be a bit of an investigator to do this job and follow the listening and the data where it takes you. And we might well add to staff's list and say, you know, we've already done 10 interviews or 10 sessions, and we see a real blind spot over here. Help us figure out a way via Zoom or social media outreach, we can get some input.
Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda. Anything else before we go to public comment? We have 2 individuals this evening signed up for public comment on this item. Stephen Watts, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Stephen Watts. And I found it very interesting, some words from that presentation. We need to find out what Lawrence can deploy and at what. That's part of the problem, is that we're not deploying anybody anywhere. These are police for civilian people. The town executive team is more interested in protecting the town from lawsuits later on down the road, which is what you got to do when I understand all that administrative stuff. But we waited since May for this. And the consultant's going to be 25% from Riley County, Kansas Police Department, going to tell the Lawrence, Kansas Police Department how to be a better police department. This doesn't make any sense. Why are we bringing in police to tell the police how to be better? Now, we just got something here from these guys making stuff up in a report so that they could jam some kid up in the college, in the bar, and the guy basically made stuff up in a report and lied and testified. It's incredible. So they did that. The police, every time you turn around, how can you trust these guys when all they got to do is a report and they jam you up? What's going to stop these consultants from doing this? They're just brothers, part of the brotherhood. It's a privately held firm that is just making money. And that's all good. If that's what the town wants, it's okay by me. They're not going to come across my vectors, but at the same time, it's wrong, and it denies people the freedoms that exist in this town. You're just whitewashing. And now the report won't be available until, what do you say, June, July? 13 months after all this nonsense began. More police telling other brother police what to do. Let's go back to the lawsuit. Let's go back to what the paper just reported. Hey, didn't he shove you? What? No, he didn't shove me. Yeah, he did. Write that in your report. Can't you just see that happening all day long? It's wrong. I used to not believe this. You know, what we said about the tasers and stuff. I wrote letters to Burns saying, hey, man, that's a rookie. Give me a break. But after all this stuff, you have to ask yourself, was that woman reaching for her gun and somebody? It's all wrong. I don't like the police reviewing the police. If the town wants an alternative, why don't we seek alternative programs? That's all.
This is Mayor Ananda. The second person we have signed up for public comment this evening is Chris Flowers. Please state your name and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. My first question is, will this study finally get to the bottom of what was going on with the police union ousting the former police chief? Like, I'm okay with this idea, but it just seems like some of this is unnecessary. So, like this police the transparency aspect, that would have been best been addressed by like the commissioners asking tougher questions of the police, like the police chief being ousted. That was a missed opportunity. Then like when the police stopped giving out addresses over dispatch, I guess, because they claimed that people were showing up and interfering. Like, I would have asked the cops to show proof, like with their body cameras, show proof that what you said is actually happening. So that's part of where I think the better solution all along would have been doing stuff like that. Also, I'm wondering, if we're going to be spending money, how about looking at our ordinances? Like in June, I believe the mayor said she wanted the HRC to be looking at ordinances that are that affect the marginalized communities. And yesterday at the HRC, I had 2 ordinances that I thought were kind of unfair. And I think those were the first ordinances since the mayor brought that up that the HRC had even, considered. And like, who's going to be looking at these ordinances to determine if they're not right for marginalized communities? Like, because the people in charge of, like, the city staff with the ordinances, it's when I was there, it was the board was asking the city staff, which was the prosecutors, and the prosecutors, they're going to want to keep these ordinances because prosecutors' job is to convict people, and these ordinances, that's part of the tools they use to get conviction. So I don't see them wanting to change or lose some of these ordinances. So I would ask if the ordinances that, if the ordinances that the police are busting people for, if we're going to be looking at that at all, because I think that might be a better solution, is looking at the laws that the police use to lock people up. Because I'm skeptical about this commission's ability to actually get police reform, but I have more faith in the commission's ability to get some of these ordinance reforms done. So that's just my 2 cents. And hopefully, if we do go through with this, we find out about the police union chief or the police union. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you. Sherry, is there anyone present in the commission chambers to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
This is Mayor Ananda. We will bring it back up to the commission. I think I do want to follow up on some. I'm sorry. Was that a commissioner? Okay. On something that Mr. Flowers brought up around the decriminalization, which are 2 separate things. There was a reviewing the city ordinances broadly to review for inequitable or discriminatory impact of those ordinances, and then the decriminalization piece of that hasn't come before the commission for discussion, which was slated for about 6 months out from late June. So that obviously isn't up, and that's a big request, which I acknowledge. I am wondering if in regard to those issues, I guess particularly in regard to the decriminalization, if any of the Citygate folks have thoughts on how that would fit in with this assessment.
High level, quick answer. It has to fit in because you're currently policing, for lack of a better term, engaging the community within the framework of federal, state, and local ordinances. And where different needs to occur, we need to understand, especially within your commission's control, is the local ordinance a barrier, an enhancement that doesn't need to be modified or completely done away with. And again, that's back to building alternative pathways for treatment and care of different individuals in different situations. Were we retained to review every word of every ordinance on the books? No. But we'll certainly, in terms of services and in terms of deconfliction of recommendations to what you're doing today, have to look at many of those local ordinances. And we might also run into a state regulation that you all might have to get legislative support to ultimately change.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Other discussion, Commissioner?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. I agree with a comment you made earlier, a question you asked earlier about, hopefully I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm paraphrasing here, how problematic it is to look at modern policing or best practices. And I appreciate the response from Mr. Gary about keeping it centered on us specifically. That was meaningful. But I still would like if I could engage you a little bit on that, because we are, however Midwestern we are, I think Lawrence thinks of itself or wants to be highly sophisticated. I think I hear from my other commissioners that we are wanting to shoot for the stars and be, conceivably a leader in change with this. So I just wanted to kind of see if you wanted to talk about that a little bit, this idea of modern policing or best practices, how we can look at that but not be bound by it, or how we could give direction in that way.
Of our proposal, we said in writing you would reflect what you're doing and the needs of your community to best practices at all levels. Name 3 or 4 organizations as well as regulatory practices. I'll let 1 or 2 of the chiefs jump in here in a moment. Also, best practices is different viewpoints. And one of the commenters talked about the chiefs on the team. It's a 7-member team. 2 of us are not police professionals. The owner of the company is not retired, but a prior, David, public administrator who's been in professional governmental consulting for 30 years now. If you noticed my bio in the proposal, I'm a retired fire chief. I've never been policing. I'm known nationally for the deployment and sizing of fire services, large ambulance services, after action reviews of incidents and tragedies. I'm much more of a public safety generalist, and the police team's recommendations have to get through the owner and I. They have to fit best practices and common sense. And we first make the internal case to ourselves. I've then presented you with a team that enjoys Socratic debate, and somebody from Minnesota, 2 from California, both suburban and metro experience, the university experience, and Tim from Kansas is a coincidental lucky pick in life. We'd already retained Tim. We were already going to use Tim and his published experience in the Midwest. And then literally you get an RFP, an hour or so away. So Tim is our local Kansas expert to say, hey, wait a minute. These are the regs in Kansas on this issue that we're going to have to understand. So I expect Tim and Jack to give us Midwestern values and what's working with contemporary policing or what needs to be blown up and taken apart in Midwestern policing. And we'll also give you the same thing from all the perspectives of the team. And I just have to say, until you hear it or see it, we take each other apart. We leave nothing on the floor when we have an internal team debate about what's best for a client. And then we bounce it off the clients in draft form to be sure we've got it right and the underpinning data right. Any of you other 3 police chiefs want to respond to that?
One of the most important best practices in policing is to constantly question the best practices in policing. That's the only way anyone gets any better. And this is a team that data was mentioned earlier, and this is a team that relies on data and evidence, particularly when it comes to best practices, what works in policing in particular communities, what doesn't work in policing in particular communities. There's no one size fits all, but there is a great body of evidence out there that deals with things that do work and things that don't work and things that are promising. And all of us are in the business to do the best that we can to help our professions succeed. And that means constant self-analysis and self-evaluation and moving forward, and in particular failing forward, learning from things that didn't work, and then building on that towards things that do. So I believe your question is a very valid one, to wonder, are the best practices in policing really the right things to be talking about right now if there are significant problems in policing? And I think there are. But I think the answers lie in examining the kind of questions that you're talking about. And you can judge for yourselves based upon what you've heard tonight and what we've written, is whether or not we're open-minded enough and have the skill set to be able to figure out what will work best for the Lawrence Police Department and the community that it serves.
Mayor, this is Commissioner Shipley. Thank you both for those answers. I appreciate that. The only other thing I would want to come around to, and I have every confidence that between the consultants and staff, that a good cross-section of our community will be identified to participate. But I just want to say, it, as they had mentioned, it is concerning and difficult that we won't be able to do something in person. And I think all of us are cognizant, especially of people who may not have access to technology, which is, of course, a real obstacle if we're going to be doing things on Zoom. So only, not to criticize, but simply to reiterate that as you work with staff, to remember to try to reach those people that, for whom that is a real difficulty. And again, I have every confidence you will, but Mayor, just to be sure I reiterate that, I think we're all concerned about that.
This is Commissioner Larson, and you know, this is a study that I've been waiting for probably since I've been on the commission about 5 years ago, and was hoping to get this done obviously a lot sooner, but here we are. I'm glad we're moving forward with it. I do have some concerns about what I'm reading here from the RFP, or from the proposal provided by Citygate. I think it's Citygate. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. And I guess my focus is on just how heavy it seems like the staff is on having police experience. And I don't see diversity in having people on staff that has got significant experience in working with disparity and equity issues. Or, you know, as you know, Mr. Stewart had indicated that one thing that they will do is they will, when they come here, is they will seek out the contrarian view of what is happening in Lawrence, which is great. I think that we definitely need to have all points of view, but I don't see that the staff that they have would necessarily provide that similar type of feedback, because everybody's so heavily invested in law enforcement. And I know Tim, you know, working with the Riley County Police Department, I did notice that it seems like he's still working full time for the Riley County Police Department. Is that correct?
That is correct, but in my capacity with Citygate, I'm working for Citygate. It's not a question of double dipping. I did seek the permission of my chief before I became a part of this project. He gave that blessing. Any work that I do will be off Riley County Police Department's clock and will be on my own clock. So yes, I'm working full time. I'm also getting a master's degree. So my plate's full, but I'm capable of doing that. And I think the RFP points out what each person brings to the table as far as their available time and resources.
Well, thank you very much for that. But I find that concerning, because if you're working full time at a job and you're trying to get a master's degree, I wonder how much focused thought you're going to be able to put into this project. I guess I find it interesting that you would have a full-time job and then do this supposedly on the side. So how do you justify that?
This is Mayor Nanda. If I can step in for a minute, I have a full-time job. I'm a single mom and I'm a city mayor. And so I don't know. I take that a little, particularly because as a woman, that's a question that's commonly asked of me. So I don't know. I was very reactive to that question. And it feels intrusive.
Mayor, I appreciate your comments. However, I just disagree with them. I just find it very unusual or concerning that this is an individual who says they're going to devote so much time to this project, but they seem to have, they're fully involved with another police department right now.
Commissioner Larson, if I may, and I don't take any offense at your question. I guess I pointed out the master's thing without enough context, and so I understand your point of view as to why I'm working with Citygate right now. I'm nearing my retirement, so this is part of a transition, hopefully to work outside of my policing career, which I've devoted over 25 years to. And as far as my capacity to do the kind of work that Lawrence will expect of this consultant for this amount of money, I can only point out this, and it may get more personal than what you had anticipated, but I also have an MBA, and I was going to school to get that MBA in person, an accelerated program, while I had a full-time job, while I was taking care of my father who was dying of cancer. I did all of that by maintaining a 4.0 GPA, excelling at my job, and taking care of my father the way a good son should. So I believe I'm fully capable of delivering the kind of performance that you would expect for the kind of money that you're going to pay.
Tim, I really appreciate that response. And yeah, I didn't mean for you to get that personal, but I understand you're just trying to state your case. Appreciate that.
No, I totally volunteered it because I wanted to make certain that you were comfortable with my position on this team.
Mayor, if I may. I'm sorry, Commissioner Larson, Steve Crane, Citygate. I just wanted to jump in and I realize that when you look at the biographies, it looks police heavy, but I think part of the biographies is looking at what each of us have done independently throughout our careers. And Stuart talked about this earlier. I would not be working for Citygate if I did not believe in what we were doing and what we were trying to provide and who I was working with. So even though my career has been in policing, I think one of the things that sometimes we miss is what's happening in our personal lives and who those informal connections are and who we're connected to and how that balances us. So I just wanted to throw out from a personal note, my wife is a policy analyst for the Children's Alliance of Los Angeles. So that we don't talk about that enough, but that's a balance in my life when it comes to policing and what's important and how we connect with people. We all have experience when it comes to racial and ethnic disparities and processes that we've been involved in and holding people accountable. And we've reached certain levels based on that accountability measure and being engaged in community forums and citizens academies and various community engagement efforts. So I just wanted to throw that out because sometimes that doesn't come through with just a resume or in a short conversation, but I think it's important based on the question you asked. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Stephen. This is Commissioner Larson.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I talked to a few people on the selection committee, and I know they were very excited about this election, went through a very rigorous process to get here, including listening to some of the folks on the Police Review Board who served on that committee, and other folks who have been on that committee. But I wonder if Brandon or Andrew could talk a little bit about what they felt made Cityscape step up to the top of this list.
Excuse me. Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager. Vice Mayor, thank you for the question. And I did want to circle back around to Commissioner Larson's concern in question as well, and just state that from our perspective in this process, as well as other consultant selection processes and some consultant projects that we are working on currently with other departments, seeing current practitioners in high-level leadership positions, and especially in some of the more premier communities in the Midwest, is a common thing. We are engaged with a consultant team um, on our EMS agreement and reviewing that agreement with the county, and that consultant team includes a chief and a deputy chief from two larger communities, one of which is located here in Kansas. And so this sort of team structure and the types of role players that CityGate has presented is common, and something that we saw different variations of in several of the other consultant teams that we reviewed. Specific to the Vice Mayor's question about what caused CityGate to rise to the occasion, this was the most competitive procurement process that I have been involved in, and that goes for any type of project that we're working on with any department, whether it's a professional consulting, professional services sort of agreement, or whether it's a capital project, major capital project. We had 10, as Andrew said, 10 proposals. I was going to be happy if we got 4 or 5. And so I think that speaks to the fact that we wrote the RFP in a way that consultants could respond to it. They all hit the target. Every one of the proposals was responsive, and every one of the consultant teams could have done this project to some extent. And so it really was a competitive process. And I think that the timing of it was also exactly right. I think that we got sort of the first wave, if you will, of consultant proposals. There are several other communities, I think, since we issued our RFP and we've gone so far through our process, who are undertaking similar studies. And Stuart probably could, Mr. Gary, sorry, could probably give you an idea of the number of proposals that they see come across their desk, especially recently. And so I think that we were fortunate to get such a competitive pool of proposals and consultant teams, and it made the reviewers' job very difficult. So we stuck to the criteria that was described in the RFP, and that criteria is included. I believe it's section 3 of the RFP, but I don't have it pulled up on my screen in front of me. And so you're welcome to review that selection criteria. And in terms of CityGate specific performance, I will say, and as part of our selection process, I've offered to do debriefings with the other consultants who were not advanced to this stage. And I've met with several of those consultant teams, and they all asked the same question of what did we do wrong? What can we do better? And with some of them, I am able to give them some feedback, but with the top 3 that we advanced to the interview stage, where we spent almost an entire day working with these consultants and our staff and stakeholder selection committee members, the top 3, I came away from that day with the feeling that any one of them would have been acceptable for our stakeholder group and for our staff. I think that there was some stratification within the top 3, and so certainly the top 2 were very, very, they performed very well and they scored very well. In fact, there was a difference of just 1% of the total points between the number 1 and number 2. And so really when it comes down to it, we can enter one agreement. That's our job through the selection process, is to make sure that we can forward a consultant team and a recommendation that we feel we feel we can stand behind that recommendation and give the city commission and give our community and give our department what they need to be successful in the project. And so we've learned a lot. We spent several hours in what I call the clarification stage. This is once we've gone through our selection process, we've tallied the scores and we've identified the top consultant. We've spent several hours in clarification with Stuart and his team, making sure that we really understand each other. Do they understand when we say what we want? Do they really understand what we're saying? Or are they operating based on their sort of their bias from past experience on other types of projects? And then vice versa, when they say that this is how they're going to approach a certain aspect of the study and a deliverable, do we really understand what we're getting? And I think that we've got a good understanding of each other. And I do think that we have a high degree of confidence based on such a diverse evaluation process with some really sharp stakeholders from outside of our department as well as inside our department and our organization, helping us to provide a very critical review of each of these proposals, and then the 3 that were advanced to the interview stage.
Andrew Davis here, City Manager Intern. I also just wanted to quickly add, this study is really going to be what we as a community make it out to be. No consultant or candidate is going to be absolutely perfect. And so our community members and stakeholders recognize that, city staff recognize that. It's really going to take the work of our community to make this study worthwhile and then implement the recommendations so that public safety is better for the city of Lawrence. And so there's only so much Citygate can do, there's only so much the staff can do. But I think if we all work together, we can really get what we want out of this study. But that's really going to take some partnership between us and Citygate in doing what we can to make sure that the work is being done and we're seeing the progress we want to see for public safety.
And Mayor, if I may, Brandon McGuire, Assistant City Manager, just to piggyback on Andrew's comments, and I tried to highlight this in the staff report as well, that we do this this study under the umbrella of the City Commission strategic plan also, and building on what we think was a very successful public engagement process. Certainly we can always do more, we can always do better, and there are things that we take away from each sort of designed engagement process. And so I think that we learned some lessons, but we also developed some relationships with different individuals and different community groups through that experience that really help us to build on the engagement process, and also in identifying the values and understanding where we are headed as an organization and as a community based on some really key values. And so we did discuss with the Citygate team the strategic plan. They have that and have reviewed the materials that our consultant on that project has provided so far. And obviously that there is quite a bit of work still to do to flesh out more of the detailed strategies and key performance indicators that we're going to evaluate ourselves on. But I do want to point that out, that we have that plan in mind as an umbrella under which we develop this plan, and really I think under which we develop any department master plan going forward.
This is Mayor Ananda. I appreciate your comments, and certainly that rigorous public engagement piece is vital to this, and ensuring that if we engage a method that doesn't work, that we are looking for alternative methods rather than it just didn't work. And I think that you're right. Through that strategic planning process, we learned a lot, and we've made a lot of connections, and I'm confident that we will continue to do that, pandemic notwithstanding, throughout this process as well. I've heard, significant commitment to the issues that have been prioritized by the commission and through our strategic plan throughout this process. I think that this is consulting is an imperfect world, and I appreciate the rigorous process that was engaged to get us to this point. I think that seeing movement and engaging movement is vital. So I would be inclined to support Citygate as we move forward with this process. Other thoughts, commissioners?
Vice Mayor Finkeldine, I echo your comments, Mayor, and I support the process that we went through, and I think we have a good consultant here, and I look forward to engaging with them and having our community engage with them. And again, as I think Andrew said, this is going to be what we make of it. And so we as commissioners and we as staff and we as the community need to focus on this. And as Commissioner Lawson said, this is a very important study that we've been looking for a while. So we have to give that our time and dedication to make it what it can be. So I support it, and I look forward to getting this moving forward.
This is Commissioner Larson, and you know, it's true, we've been waiting a long time for this, and it's a study that I definitely support, although I do have questions regarding the staffing of the project team. There's no doubt they come in with just a wealth of experience, probably over 100 years of experience between the group, and I really respect that. I do hope that the project team will ensure that there's a very in-depth evaluation of the equity and disparity issues that have faced us today as well as in history, and that becomes an important part of how they move forward with this evaluation. And I will support this, but like I said, I do have some hesitation regarding the project team. I appreciate Brandon's explanation of the process they went through, and I trust that process. So for that reason, I will be supporting this.
This is Commissioner Boley. I'd like to thank Andrew and Brandon, all the community members and staff that have worked on getting us to this point. It's a very significant moment for our community, and it's important that we can recommend this to all the members. So I appreciate the conversation this evening and look forward to a successful project. Thank you.
This is Mayor Ananda. Do we want to make a motion?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldine. I would move that we authorize the city manager to execute a services agreement in the amount of $117,833 with Citygate Associates LLC for a comprehensive study of the Lawrence Police Department.
Commissioner Shipley, I'll second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldine, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Vice Mayor Finkeldine?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Commissioner Boley?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all for your presentation this evening and for sticking with us. The second item on our agenda, and I will say we will take a break after item 2, if that's okay with commissioners. The second item is receive an update from the Lawrence Community Shelter.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. This is Renee Kuhl. I'm the executive director of the Lawrence Community Shelter, and I'm sorry to hold you from your break, so I won't be too long.
Take your time, Renee.
Okay, I'm excited to chat with you guys and come back. I haven't been back to make a presentation since last January, and so much has changed since last January, and everyone is feeling that, and we are definitely feeling that at the shelter. And I also did not prepare a visual aid. I will give an oral presentation, so if you're a visual learner, I'm sorry.
this is better for me. So anyways, basically, I just wanted to provide a general update on sort of our program numbers, what we've been accomplishing this program year. So from January to the end of September. And I wanted to talk a little bit about our COVID response and the stimulus funding and interventions that we've planned to help people experiencing homelessness navigate the COVID-19 pandemic, and sort of what we've done so far and what's coming next. And then talk a little bit about our capital projects that we're working on at the shelter, which all tie into the COVID pandemic. So let me just jump in. And then if you guys have any questions for me, I'm happy to discuss anything else that the City Commission wants to know about what's happening at the shelter and how we're addressing the pandemic and assisting people experiencing homelessness right now. So from January 1 to September 30th, we've served 213 individuals so far this year. We've connected and moved 97 individuals from homelessness to permanent housing. To provide a little context, in 2019, we served 500 individuals. So yes, the COVID-19 pandemic has altered the services that we're providing. From January, you guys will recall last year, you generously provided an increase in funding. We increased our capacity at the shelter to 105 individuals. And then in March, the stay-at-home order hit. At that point, we limited and halted intakes for the duration of the stay-at-home order. And we also gave folks in the shelter a shelter-in-place set of rules. So folks weren't allowed to really go anywhere unless they were going to work or going to a doctor's appointment. And at that point, we were operating without PPE. We didn't have a mask enforcement in place, mostly because we didn't think we had enough masks for all of April. And we weren't really sure, if you remember, whether masks were the key to prevention or not. So we've learned a lot, and a lot of things have changed. But that's what we did in April. We instituted a shelter-in-place or sort of rule for ourselves. But the reality of COVID-19, what we know now, what we were learning then, is that a shelter-in-place order in a congregate shelter doesn't necessarily mean you're safer. And the safest place for you to be when public health officials say shelter in place or stay at home is in your own housing. Folks in the shelter sleep close next to each other. At the point in which we put the shelter in place order in, we had people sleeping in bunk beds on top of each other, close to 2 feet away from each other. Our bathrooms don't have stalls. We have locker style showers. We dine together in a congregate facility, and there is nowhere in the building, even now, where we can provide true isolation and quarantine for folks on site if they're exposed or symptomatic. And so that's kind of what we were dealing with then. And basically, we've developed a number of solutions over the last 6 months to mitigate the danger of congregate shelter in the COVID-19 pandemic. So one of those things has been spreading out the beds so that folks have 6 feet of distance from each other. We eliminated usage of the top bunks. We have put plastic sheets around every one of the bunks. And we've sort of made all of these plans in consultation with the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health Department. And Kathy Colson and Linda Craig over there have been really great partners and consultants with my team around our strategy for preventing folks from getting COVID-19. And the key thing that we've done is we've developed an off-site isolation and quarantine program. I developed that in close consultation with our Assistant County Administrator, Jill Jolliker, and a really great hotel partner who I won't name at this time because the program is ongoing, but eventually I would really like to let folks know who our hotel supporter has been, because they've been amazing and stepped up and provided isolation and quarantine space when no other hotel provider would. And so we've been working closely with them. And that allows us, as we symptom screen everyone in the building every evening, to move folks who are symptomatic or who have been exposed to COVID at work or wherever to a offsite location where they can be quarantined while they await their test results before they come back to the shelter. And so that's been our primary strategy for preventing the transmission of COVID-19 in the shelter. We are really lucky. We have not had any positive cases among guests this entire time. And because my staff have been so dutiful and have made really, I'm sure, difficult sacrifices in their personal life to protect themselves and protect each other and protect our guests, we have not had any staff test positive either. So in that sense, what we're doing, I think, is really working. And the second thing that we've done, which is the tentpole part of our response to COVID, is accelerate the rate at which we're moving people out of the shelter and into housing. And most of the interventions that we've planned through CARES funding, through ESG funding, have all been focused on providing people with rental assistance so that they can exit homelessness and be safely sheltering in their own house where they have their own bathroom and their own kitchen and can make their own decisions about how to mitigate their risk for contracting COVID-19. So that in 2019, despite having served 503 people, we only moved 7 individuals into their own permanent housing that whole year in 2019. And this year we've moved 97 individuals into permanent housing. That's an increase of 30%. And it's also almost half of the people that we've served. So we've also tripled the rate at which we're moving people into housing. And we just think that that is the most important thing that we can help people do right now. Homelessness has always been a public health crisis, and COVID-19 has only raised the stakes around how essential it is that we end homelessness and get people housed. So, so far with isolation and quarantine, we've provided 18 individuals with that resource. Some of them have been from the shelter and some have been referred to us from other congregate shelter environments or from other homelessness. And so our goal moving forward is just to continue to focus on getting people housed and also renovating the shelter and making it a healthier, more hygienic, safer place to be and providing hygienic, sort of quarantine-proof shelter options for folks. So we'll be continuing to work on reducing our length of stay. In 2019, our length of stay in the shelter was 89 days. That exceeds the national average for emergency shelters. So we don't, especially in a pandemic, we don't want people lingering in a shelter for months and months on end. We are going to increase the number and rate of exits to permanent housing. Our goal for next year will be 75%. So we're almost to 50% exits to permanent housing this year. Next year, the goal will be 75%. And we want to decrease recidivism. So we want to make sure that even as we're focusing and racing to sort of exit people to housing, we still have a responsibility, and it still benefits all of us if we make sure that the housing opportunity they're exiting to is the right one for them. And it's the right one that will allow them to be stable for the long term. And that shows up in our recidivism rate. So if we exit someone to housing, but it wasn't really the right intervention for them, if we didn't provide enough assistance, or if we didn't provide enough supportive services or connections to the right kind of care, then someone might lose their housing again and become homeless again. In 2019, 35% of the people that Lawrence Community Shelter served had been a previous guest in 2017 or 2018. So over just within 2 years, 150 people experienced a second episode of homelessness or one that exceeded 12 months. That's 150 people who within 2 years are on this downslope towards chronic homelessness. And as a community,
we have to stop that. We have to stop people from becoming homeless. We want homelessness to happen one time in someone's life. It should be brief and it should be rare. It shouldn't be something that that perpetually happens to a group of people. And so the rental assistance interventions that have become available and that we've seized through the CARES Act funding and the ESG COVID funding are really important for helping us to do that. So the community has received over $400,000 in rapid rehousing assistance. Bert Nash is managing that program, and it's helping shelter guests exit homelessness to housing with rental assistance and support for up to 24 months. Most of those people won't receive 24 months of assistance, but it's possible through the program. There is, through CARES funding, $850,000 in prevention and rehousing money through the Housing Stabilization Collaborative. That's huge. That is enough funds to assist at least 200 households. And Dana Ortiz at Family Promise, Rebecca Buford at Tenants to Homeowners are managing those funds. And we are working really hard to leverage that funding to help folks who only need a security deposit and first month's rent assistance and rental arrears assistance to move out of the shelter. And then on the sheltering side, we have, LCS has $100,000 in funding to provide 30-day hotel vouchers to folks who are trying to access emergency shelter. So we'll be able to dole out at least 45 30-day hotel vouchers. And so through the end of the year, that will help us provide more shelter to folks. I think we'll be able to shelter between an additional 15 and 20 people a night in hotels with that funding. So all told, it's about $1.2 million in rental assistance that's available to our community. This is 10 times what we normally are accessing on an annual basis. And so we're just really focused on making sure that folks who are at risk of new homelessness are able to access the prevention assistance, and Family Promise and Tenants to Homeowners are doing a great job on the prevention side. So is Catholic Charities. They have $100,000 in prevention assistance as well. And then for folks who are experiencing homelessness now, LCS is working closely through the coordinated entry process to get folks access to other assistance that will help them exit homelessness and stay permanently and stably housed. So we're kind of busy bees. Even though the stimulus package was passed way back in May, it's taken 6 months for this funding to hit our community and hit our agencies. And we are going to rely moving forward as we weather the economic impacts of coronavirus and the pandemic on more federal assistance through these federal programs to help us keep people housed or get rehoused if they lose their housing. And so kind of as a last piece about the assistance, I just encourage anyone listening and commission members to reach out to congressional representatives and advocate for funding for ESG and COC programs through HUD for housing assistance for our community. It's so important, and we don't have to do it alone as our community, and we can't do it without, additional funding from the feds. It's really, really crucial. So the last piece I just wanted to update everyone on is our capital projects. The federal funding has also made it possible for us to make major renovations to the shelter that will make it a more hygienic place to be sheltered. The first thing we've tackled is the roof. I have guys replacing our roof this week, and they're almost done. So we'll have a brand new roof, which will allow us to renovate our HVAC system. The World Health Organization and the CDC now acknowledge that coronavirus is an airborne transmitted virus. How air is recirculated in a space can and will impact how the virus is transmitted.
And especially in a space where people are occupying it 24/7, where they're sleeping, eating, and bathing and doing everything in a congregate setting, having a functioning up to code HVAC system that is recirculating air appropriately. And we'll also add some hopefully some like UV upgrades and things like that that help stop the virus. That's not technical language, but some things like that need to get done to our HVAC system so that the air is cleaner in the shelter. That will be better for everyone, whether it's the flu, whether it's COVID, whatever it is. So that's the next major thing that we're working on. We're also gut renovating the bathrooms and changing the floor plan so that our guests basically have their own entrance to the building. That will protect their privacy and also reduce their risk of getting infected or exposed to coronavirus because of vendors or other people coming and going. So that's what's planned there. The last massive thing is our tiny house project, which you guys and the planning department have pitched in so much to help us accomplish. We launched our prototype last week and revealed that to the public, and Lisa was there. Thanks so much, Lisa, for coming to check it out. And today yesterday I learned that we were awarded a challenge grant from the Maybe Foundation of $150,000 to support the Monarch Village Tiny House Project. So we're super excited. That's underway. A challenge grant means we have to raise the remaining just over $200,000 to get that grant paid out. So we'll be working on that for the rest of the year. And then we'll be good to go, the tiny homes. And so the tiny homes will allow us to reopen our family shelter and provide a space on site where we can do isolation and recovery and quarantine for individuals if they need it. So let me just pause there. I hope that was pretty quick. I don't want to hold you forever. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you so much, Renee. I'm glad that you're here and that you've taken the time to chat with us about what's been going on and how things are going. I wanted to open up the floor for commissioners if they have any questions.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Larson. Renee, thank you for that information. It was great to hear the update, and you guys are doing so much out there. I really appreciate your work. My question was the CARES money that's being received. Do you have to spend that by the end of the year?
Yes, we do. And we've kind of looked into workarounds, like in some cases, are we able to contract out the work and pay it out? And then can we complete it in the first quarter? And with capital projects, we can. But it doesn't look like with program services, we'll be able to do that as far as I know. And we're kind of learning something new every day. And the county will let us know, for instance, if we could extend motel vouchers and use of motels beyond the end of the year, but it does not look like that will be the case.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Renee. This is Commissioner Larson again. So are you on track to make sure we utilize all that funding that's been given to the community shelter?
Yes, we are. I don't know if I should introduce myself also. This is Renee again. We are on track to spend all of the money. We've been anxiously awaiting the money for months. And so I think all of us as social services agencies have done what we need to do and just sort of waited with open hands and then off to the races with the funding.
Yeah. Renee, thank you. This is Commissioner Larson again.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Renee, thanks for all you're doing out there, and I know you're doing good work. A couple questions. One is from talking to some of the other social service agencies, one of the biggest challenges for spending that CARES money before the end of the year is just trying to find landlords and spaces available. Any update on how that's going, at least from your side?
I think that is actually a real challenge because the population of people that we're trying to provide assistance to, some of them are people who are might be new to homelessness and they're seeking prevention assistance. Maybe they lost their job through the pandemic. Some of them are experiencing COVID-related issues like maybe ongoing unemployment. So negotiating with landlords can be hard if people have lost their income or if people have an eviction on their record or if they have a criminal background. And those things continue to be barriers to housing for people, even in cases where we go to landlords and we say,
guess what? We have 6 months of rent. Here you go. And they might still say, no, this person doesn't have the income. No, this person doesn't have the credit score, or this person has an eviction or criminal issue on their record. And so we do need landlords to partner with us. And it just continues to be a challenge. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's certainly not the case that uniformly everybody is ready to make an exception for tenants if there's not a real, if there's still a high demand for apartments and units, then people can be choosy about their tenants.
This is Vice Mayor Finkelstein. Yes, that's pretty much what I've been hearing too. And so hopefully we can all encourage anyone we know with the landlords in town to be supportive of opening their doors, and especially when we have the money, like you said, to pay for 6 months. A related question is, I mean, obviously with the pandemic and with the remodeling, your capacity is down. What is the estimated completion date so that the capacity might increase some? Is it the first quarter of the year?
We have this completed in different stages. By the end of the year, we'll have a piece of it done. And if I'm not able to extend motel assistance, I'll try to get our overnight capacity up to 60 adults in the facility. We won't reopen our family shelter until we have the tiny house project completed. And that may not be completed until May. So, but that's our option for sheltering families. We've moved women to the wing of the building where we were sheltering families before, so they have more space and more privacy and private bathrooms.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I thank you for that and appreciate your work. I know you've also been working on the campground and been part of some of the conversations about the winter shelter and trying to help those. So appreciate all your work on multiple fronts.
Thanks, Brad.
Mayor, not any other questions from commissioners on this? Sherry, is there anyone present in the commission chambers to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Well, I think if there's nothing else, thank you so much, Renee. Thanks for your work and thanks for coming to chat with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we will take a 10-minute recess and then come back after that. This is Mayor Ananda. We are back after our recess. I'll go ahead and take attendance to make sure all the commissioners are here. Vice Mayor Finkelbein?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Commissioner Shipley? This is Mayor Ananda. You are muted, Commissioner Shipley. And she's acknowledging that she's aware and having a problem, but she is present. Sherry, is that sufficient, or do we need verbal acknowledgement?
Have any individuals
This
who
is
are
Mayor
just...
Ananda. I can't hear you, Sherry.
Are we muted?
You may also be on mute.
We're all muted.
There we go.
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and for those individuals who are just listening and cannot see, I'll go ahead and acknowledge that Commissioner Shipley noted that she is present.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate that. We are ready for item 3 on our agenda this evening. Consider conducting a public hearing for a vacation request submitted by Larry Wedman to vacate the pedestrian easements on lot 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Land and Court Edition number 2. I did see in our actions that our action tonight is to approve that order of vacation, or to consider approving the order of vacation. And are we also having a public hearing, or are we considering giving a public hearing in the future?
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. The public hearing was advertised for tonight.
Okay, I see it in the action. So I want to make sure.
Yes, I don't believe that they had included the open the hearing and close the hearing, but we will need to do that when we get to that point.
This is Commissioner Bully. This is different than the agenda item that follows it, where we actually have in the action to open and close the public hearing. Is that correct?
This is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. I apologize. I believe this is Dave's item, and he has emailed me that he's having internet problems. But on vacations, we do need to open the public hearing and then close the public hearing by motion.
This is Mayor Ananda. So it just wasn't included on the action part of the agenda, but it is an action that we need to take this evening, is my understanding. Is that right?
Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk. Yes, that is correct. I updated on the Van Trust item, and I apologize. I did not get those 2 additional actions included on this item.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you for clarifying, Sherry. Does that help you, Commissioner Bully?
Yes, I guess it would be appropriate for me to move to open the public hearing on this item at this point, or do we have a presentation first?
I believe we'll have the public hearing, sorry, Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, will have the presentation first, and then when you're ready to take public comment, we can open the public hearing, and then we'll close it.
Thank you very much, Sherry.
Mayor, this is Vice Mayor Finkelbein. I need to recuse myself on this item. So based upon advice of the city attorney, rather than leaving the room, I'm going to turn my video off and mute myself during this discussion and rejoin you on item 4.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so I think we're ready at this point for the presentation on this item.
Mayor, this is Sherry Riedemann, City Clerk, and I believe Dave is now in the meeting.
Yep, I apologize for that. And if you just getting started, coming back, I lost my internet there for a second. So I guess I'll go ahead and get started with this agenda item number 3. Larry Wedman at 238 Landon Court, on behalf of the adjacent property owners, has submitted an application to vacate the pedestrian easement on the back of lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Landon Court Edition number 2. And I'm going to pull up here and screen share an image of the plat with the location of the area to be vacated. Okay. So this area here highlighted in yellow is the area of the pedestrian easement that would be vacated with this request. It's in the rear of the lots here along the east side of Landon Court. Back in January of 2018, the City Commission denied a similar vacation request for this pedestrian easement at the request of the Westwood Hills Homeowners Association. At that time, the area was in a tract owned by the HOA. Since that time, the tract has been conveyed from the HOA to the adjacent property owners and replatted. The Westwood Hills HOA is no longer opposed to the vacation request. And I would also note that lots 1 through 5 also include drainage and utility easements, and the proposed vacation does not impact these easements, and both will remain as currently platted. The Westwood Hills HOA, utilities, and property owners within 200 feet were notified and no objections were received, and staff recommends approving the order of vacation. With that, I'll turn it over for any questions you may have.
That's Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Dave. Questions, commissioners?
Mayor, Commissioner Shibley. Dave, sorry, I was in limbo.
I hear you.
I appreciate it. Probably did miss something. I did have a question. If you can share your screen again and show the map with the yellow highlighting, I just want to make sure I understand. Commissioner Shibley, thank you. So what's highlighted in yellow could have potentially been sidewalk, is this pedestrian easement? That's what you're referring to, right?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. That is correct. When the Westwood Hills subdivision was originally platted a while back, they intended to have some pathways in the rear of the lots. What turned out when they moved forward with the development was it was kind of phased. And so some of the lots interior to the Westwood Hills subdivision had sidewalks constructed in the rear of the lots. But when they broke out some of the surrounding area of the subdivision, and when those were platted and developed in years following, they dropped the plan to have sidewalks in the rear of lots. So there really would be no opportunity to connect anywhere to the north in the future with a sidewalk behind these lots. And in addition, the Landon Court Street includes a sidewalk, and at the end of the cul-de-sac that connects to Wakarusa Drive. So there's some connectivity there for these homes from Landon Court to Wakarusa Drive.
Commissioner Shibley, thank you. I want to make sure I understand this sort of triangular area. If I understand it, isn't slated to be developed per se, but if it was as part of infill project or something like that, is there any unintended consequence of letting this easement go? Or, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be recommending it, but I just want to double check that, 30 years from now, we might not decide to put something in this space and now we don't have the possibility. So.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. This area is still encumbered by drainage easement and utility easement, and not subject to be developed.
Commissioner Shibley, thank you very much.
This is the Mayor Nanda. Other questions from commissioners? Okay, do we have a motion to open the public hearing?
This is Commissioner Boley. I move that we open the public hearing.
Commissioner Shipley, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Shipley. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine? Oh, he's recused himself. Sorry about that. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. We have opened the public hearing. It passes unanimously with Vice Mayor Finkeldine recusing himself. Do we have anyone present, Sherry, for public comment?
No, Mayor.
This is Mayor Ananda. I wonder if we could stop this screen share. Thank you.
Mr. Foley, I move we close the public hearing.
Commissioner Larson, second.
This is Mayor Ananda. We have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second by Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Ananda, aye. That passes unanimously. We have now closed the public hearing, and the remaining action is to consider approving the order of vacation. Any discussion, commissioners? Or we can have a motion.
Is there public comment? Excuse me, Mayor. Commissioner Larson.
This is Mayor Ananda. That was the public hearing.
That was it, huh? Okay. Okay.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I move that we approve the order of vacation to vacate the pedestrian easement on lots 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of Landon Court Addition Number 2.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We will now welcome back Vice Mayor Finkeldine. There he is. This is Mayor Nanda. Sherry, do we need verbal recognition that Vice Mayor is back?
Vice Mayor Finkeldine is back.
That's Mayor Nanda.
Thank you.
We are ready to move on to item number 4, a public hearing for Van Trust Real Estate LLC Phase 2 Catalyst Incentive Request, and consider adopting Resolution 7340 and 7341 and authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute documents necessary to facilitate the land transfer.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is Britt Cromcano, the city's Economic Development Administrator. I'm going to start with a very brief introduction and then turn it over to Grant Harrison of the Van Trust Development Team to talk about the project. And then afterwards, we can open it up to questions if that is okay with the Commission. I would also note that we have Kevin Wimpy here of Gilmore & Bell and David Waters from Lathrop Gage to address questions related to the IRB and the agreements. So if you recall, back in 2017, we started the Catalyst program to spur industrial development in our 2 public business parks. Van Trust's 3-phase development came the first to sign on with the Catalyst program and started with the development of the spec building that we now have in Lawrence Venture Park. Now we have the second building, the second project ready to move forward. This time, instead of a spec building with unknown tenants, Van Trust has an immediate tenant, which is a new company from out of state. It is anticipated the company will bring 281 new jobs to the community, and they will be employed within approximately 150,000 square feet, which will involve a real property capital investment of approximately $24 million. As was done with Phase 1, this project is coming before the Commission to approve continued participation in the Catalyst program. As you also may recall, the Catalyst program includes, typically for our public parks, parkland at no cost. This is valued at about $381,000. A 10-year property tax abatement, either at a 50% or a 70% level, 70% if built to LEED Silver equivalency, and a sales tax exemption on construction materials. In return, Van Trust will construct the 150,000 square feet building with a real property capital investment of $24 million to accommodate Pretzels Inc. operations. They will also pay the 20-year special assessments on the parcels and on that particular parcel, and it's valued at about $687,500.
But this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Grant Harrison from Van Trust, and he'll go into more detail on the project and the company.
Thank you, Britt. Grant Harrison with Van Trust Real Estate. Mayor, commissioners, thanks for having us again tonight. Look forward to a pretty brief presentation, and more than happy to answer any and all questions you may have. Are you able to see the screen by chance?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So as Britt mentioned, we were the owner and developer of Venture Park Phase 1, which was 153,000 square feet off O'Connell and Venture Park Drive. Project Yellow or Pretzels Inc. would take the 10 acres immediately to the east. Venture Park Building 2, again, would be about 150,000 square feet. Pretzels Inc. is a leading snack manufacturer based out of Indiana. They currently have 2 facilities. This would be their third, and help their expansion and continued growth, continuing west in the middle part of the country. This is a very fast-tracked project. We've been working since July with the city and community to try to get this thing teed up. We have a long ways to go, but this is a very conceptual image. The office would be on the east side of the building. The loading and service operations would basically be a mirror image of building 1 and screened from the building. As mentioned, Pretzels Inc. has been in existence for over 40 years. All things snacks, some of their best are the pretzels, and a lot of people as of lately have eaten and enjoyed Dots pretzels, which are one of my favorite things. Dots recently announced a facility in Edgerton, so pretty close to Lawrence, of course, and really exciting. So this is a long-term company with their investment in the building. As Britt mentioned, over 250 jobs over the next 4 to 5 years, significant investment inside the building through their FF&E. I can speak for the company. They're thrilled on the idea of being in Lawrence and would love to be an active and supporting community member, assuming we can move forward and continue. Again, very fast project. We'll start design and on-site construction still here in October, if possible, and they'll be operational next fall or September of 2021. But again, Van Trust is thrilled to be here. We wish it could have accommodated building 1, but we'll continue to market that building, and great to put more momentum on the park, especially with a known company as Pretzels Inc. So again, very excited to be here tonight and more than happy to answer any and all questions.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Grant. Britt, was there another presentation?
No, that's basically, this is Britt Krumkane, Economic Development Administrator for the city. No, that was it. Those are the 2 presentations we have. There might have been a comment, though. There might have been somebody who wanted to make a comment.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Britt. Commissioner Larson?
Yeah, Commissioner Larson here. I had a question, and this might be for staff. It indicates in the memo that Van Trust will be responsible for paying the special assessments on the property for 20 years. Is that a full payment of all the special assessments? Is that how far it goes out, or is there some that they're not going to be responsible for?
This is Britt Krumkane, City Economic Development Administrator. They'll be responsible for the entire amount. What typically happens is at closing, they will pay retroactively for the special assessments that have already been charged. I think they started in maybe 2018. And then going forward every year, they will pay the special assessments the special assessments annually.
Thank you, Brett. Commissioner Larson here.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor.
This is Mayor Ananda. Mr. Kelly, are you signed up for public comment on this item?
Yes.
Okay, we haven't opened the public hearing yet. We will be there briefly. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, do we want to open that public hearing so we can get to our comment?
This is Commissioner Bowler. Move we open the public hearing.
Commissioner Larson, second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Commissioner Larson. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. All right. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate your patience. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize for my my over-eagerness, let's just put it that way. Mayor Nanda and members of the commission, Steve Kelly, Lawrence Chamber, and Douglas County EDC. I'm here today to speak in favor of the incentives proposed for this development by Van Trust Real Estate, in support of the Pretzels Inc. project that's to be constructed on a site at LVP. The incentives for this project would be delivered through the city's Catalyst Incentive Program, which was designed and authorized to support development of industrial zone land and property throughout the city of Lawrence. And this is, I think, a great example of that. Van Trust RE has been a good partner to work with, both in regards to the current Pretzels Inc. project and in past dealings. They're a reputable company that understands and appreciates collaboration and what it takes to get a deal put together that is beneficial for all involved, and they have the experience and integrity to deliver on what they promise. Pretzels Inc., as has already been mentioned, is a successful Indiana-based pretzel and snack food company that was interested in the Kansas City area as their first non-Indiana manufacturing location. This was a very competitive process that involved a number of communities and sites on both sides of the state line in Kansas and Missouri. And I think we're very fortunate and very pleased that ultimately the company has selected Lawrence and Lawrence Venture Park to be the site of this new investment. At a time when many businesses in our community have been significantly impacted by the pandemic, and we've seen significant job loss, unemployment, and hardship, Pretzels Inc. is proposing to invest proposing to make a major capital investment in the community. The $24 million was mentioned as far as the real estate. The actual interior equipment and the furnishings for the building are significantly in excess of that. So a major capital investment. What we understand will be approximately 280 jobs over the next 3 to 4 years, employing local people at wages significantly higher than what the county average wage is. A couple of things I believe that we knew before, but that have been confirmed by our experience over these last 7 or 8 months, is that one, we need to continue and grow and diversify our local job base and add employment opportunities above our current average wage level. And we also need to add more commercial investment to improve our tax base to better support the infrastructure and services needs of our community. This project clearly represents an opportunity to move the needle in a positive direction on both of those measures. Our community, like others, has been through a great deal over these last few months, and we know there are still significant challenges that remain. But I believe that one of the things that can help us weather the current storm is the promise of tomorrow and future opportunities. This Van Trust real estate development to support the new Pretzels Inc. manufacturing operation at Lawrence Venture Park represents just such an opportunity, and I ask you that you take action in support of the incentive request before you this evening. Thank you, and I will stand for any questions.
Mayor Nanda, thank you, Steve. Sherry, is there anyone else present to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Commissioner Larson moved to close the public hearing.
Commissioner Bully, second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Larson, a second from Commissioner Bully. Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldei?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed, and before us is consideration of adopting resolutions and authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute the documents necessary to facilitate the land transfer.
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldei. I would just start by saying I want to thank especially the you Mayor and Commissioner Bull and Commissioner Lawson for the Catalyst program that you guys adopted that made this possible. I think it's been a great benefit, and I think obviously the Van Trust One building, but this project in particular is exciting.
I think hopefully it's the first of many things to come. So I wanted to thank you guys for getting this up and running, and it's certainly an exciting project and something we need more of, and appreciate the work of not only Van Trust, but the Chamber and the EDC to make this happen.
This is Commissioner Larson. I would just echo that, Vice Mayor. I do want to thank Van Trust for continuing to invest in our community. When they came to us several years ago and proposed the buildings that they're looking at, or that they built, as well as additional ones that might come in the future, I really appreciate their commitment to our community. And with the Catalyst program, I know that this was a program that was thoroughly thought out by staff. Diane, I think, was one of the leaders in that, and I really appreciate her work on this and to continue work, because this is what's bringing jobs to Lawrence. The idea of over 200 jobs on this project is just, it's very exciting, and it sounds like the pay, from what I've read, is going to be above what our standards are for programs, for incentive type programs. So thank you very much for all your work. I will support this.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor for his kind comments about the Catalyst program. I think that the Catalyst program has been beneficial for our community, and I look forward to continuing it. However, I think it's really important to acknowledge that we're going to be working on this economic development study, and we don't need to just settle for just the Catalyst program. And this is very important for our community and for our community's future. I'd like to thank Britt and all the folks on staff that worked on this. I'd like to thank the Chamber for their work, but I'd really like to thank Van Trust for their continued interest in our community. It's really important for us, and they've been a great partner, and I look forward to our community being a partner with them for many years to come. So, and thanks to Pretzels too.
Mayor, if I could just clarify one of the questions that was asked and the answers about the special assessments. Would that be?
Mayor, you're welcome to do that as long as you introduce yourself.
Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to provide a follow-up on Commissioner Larson's question related to the special assessment. So our attorney did bring to my attention that the agreement in the land development agreement, it does call for the city to be responsible for the special assessments up until the closing date and any taxes that would be due, which we have been paying on the property. And after that point, Van Trust is responsible for all the special assessments after the closing. So I wanted to make sure to provide that clarification. Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thanks for following up on that, Diane. And I don't think that I can do anything but reflect back the statements already made by the Vice Mayor and our other commissioners. This is an exciting project. It's nice to see a boulder that we started rolling actually have momentum. So very excited about it.
Real quickly, Grant Harrison with Van Trust. Again, thank you all for the kind words. The majority of you on the screen have helped with this project to date. And again, we're thrilled to be in this position. We were thrilled to kick off Venture Park Building 1, but this is obviously an even more exciting project with Pretzels Inc. and the company and jobs. So again, very excited to have the ground breaking and get going. So thank you.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Do we have more discussion, or do we want to make a motion?
Mrs. Vice Mayor Finkeldie, as I make a motion, hopefully there'll be Dots Pretzels at that groundbreaking. But I move that we adopt resolution number 7340 and resolution number 7341 and authorize the mayor and the city manager to execute documents necessary to facilitate the land transfer.
This is Commissioner Larson, second.
So Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldie, a second from Commissioner Larson. Vice Mayor Finkeldie?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Bowley?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley? Aye. Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. We are now ready for, thank you all for sticking around. I'm trying to be better about that. Gratitude after these presentations, because I know folks are sticking around, taking questions and answering questions. So thank you all for your presentations on this item. Item 5 is consider authorizing staff to issue a request for qualifications for public engagement and design services for PR 21-2407 Youth Sports Complex Exit 27th Street Extension Project and approving appointments to a 27th Street Steering Committee.
Good evening again. Dave Cronin, City Engineer, Municipal Services and Operations. All right, I'm going to share my screen here. We're going to talk about the 27th Street Extension Project. Earlier this year, staff submitted this project for consideration in the 2021-2025 CIP. To improve safety and access to the park facilities located south and west of K10 by connecting 27th Street between the Youth Sports Complex and the Mutt Run Dog Park. When the Youth Sports Complex and the softball complex are being used, traffic is congested at the K10 and 27th Street signal, both getting into the park and exiting the park, as it's the only access point. During peak usage of the complex, vehicles exiting the park can experience wait times of up to 30 minutes. And with the completion of the east leg of the South Lawrence Traffic Way, we've also seen a significant increase in traffic on K10, which has created more delay at the intersection of 27th Street. We've also seen an increase in traffic crashes at the intersection. In 2019, KDOT conducted a study to review possible interim improvements to the intersection to mitigate congestion and improve safety, prior to permanent improvements to build a grade-separated interchange. The study focused on low-cost improvements that could be implemented within a year, and also medium to high cost improvements that could be done in a few years. The low cost improvements, including turn lanes and turning movement restrictions, are currently under construction. Of the medium to higher cost concepts that were reviewed with the study, the preferred concept was to build an interchange with K10 over Wakarusa. This would be done with one bridge. It could be a project that could be done that could also be used with the ultimate condition of 4 lanes on K10 and interchange improvements. KDOT's proceeding with to 30% design plans with that concept. We'd expect to see those here pretty soon. There's no timeline on construction of that project at this point, but we are glad they're moving forward with that, as that was the preferred concept from that study. The study also considered a concept to extend 27th Street for a secondary access to the park. This concept was recommended to be considered in the future, and that it could be done ahead of the interchange project. This aerial here kind of shows an indication of the proposed location and connection here from the end of 27th Street over across the spillway to 27th Street on the west side of the park. The 27th Street project is currently in the 2021 capital improvement plan with $1 million intergovernmental grant and $250,000 from the city's general fund. In May, the city submitted an application to KDOT's cost share program for the project. And when we reviewed that a little more in detail and put together a cost estimate, with the design and construction cost was estimated to be $1,550,000. The city was awarded the project in July, just over $1 million. And with the estimated cost of the project, the city share would be approximately $550,000, and a budget adjustment of $300,000 would be required to fully fund the project as currently estimated. I would say the estimate that we put together included not only the connection of 27th Street, but also a connection to the YSC access here, and also the inclusion of a shared use path along the north side of the road over to the dog park. And that extension of a shared use path would be consistent with what is shown in our bike plan for a future bikeway. Upon receiving the grant in July, we heard a lot of concern from users of the Mutt Run Dog Park regarding safety of the area with a potential increase in traffic. Parks and Rec has developed conceptual improvements for a separate project to improve Mutt Run, including moving the parking lot and adding fences. These projects would be completed prior to the road project, and could be completed even if we don't do this road project. But I would say that although staff has considered the need for improvements at the dog park with the roadway extension project, it's clear that we have done a poor job in communication and engagement of the roadway project. I think we could do a better job, and going forward, we are recommending hitting a pause button here and establishing a community engagement process before we proceed with design plans. So what we are recommending is to utilize consultant services for a two-step process. One would be community engagement, and two, final design. During the community engagement process, we would hold public meetings facilitated by a consultant, and with the assistance of the steering committee, help develop project goals and objectives. Based on the concerns we've heard from users of the dog park, I think it would be good for us to identify the feasibility of alternate alignments for the road and the impacts that they would have. Ultimately, the Army Corps of Engineers owns this ground and will need to review and approve any details of the proposed roadway. So we will need to keep them involved as we move through the process. At the end of the community engagement process, we would develop public input summaries and concepts that would be presented to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, Multimodal Transportation Commission, and City Commission prior to proceeding with step 2, final design. So staff has identified individuals to serve on a 27th Street Steering Committee to represent stakeholders, including the dog park, Lawrence Youth Football, Sporting Cobb Valley Soccer, Lawrence Youth Baseball, the Arboretum, and Flat. In addition, 2 members from both the Multimodal Transportation Commission and Parks and Rec Advisory Board would serve on the committee. So the action requested tonight is to authorize staff to issue a request for qualifications for public engagement and design services for the Youth Sports Complex Exit Project, and approve appointments to a 27th Street Steering Committee. Approving this action tonight does not commit the city to a particular road alignment, to acceptance of the grant funds or any expenditure of funds. And just wanted to note a few action items that would still be before the City Commission upon receiving authorization to seek proposals. We would bring back a recommendation for a scope and fee for a consultant for the public engagement process. We would still also need to seek approval for the $300,000 budget adjustment for design and construction. We have identified funding in the 2020 budget from excess KDOT federal funds that we have to put to this project. We would also, in the future, bring a KDOT city-state agreement to accept the grant funds. Upon going through the public engagement process, we would bring back that public input summary and then get authorization to proceed with the final design. And upon completion of the design, we would seek approval on the final design plans and then seek authorization to bid the project. And with that, I would end my presentation and open it up to any questions. And I know Mark Hecker is here with Parks and Rec, and he could probably speak to some of the discussion with the improvements at the dog park. And I'm here as well. So thank you.
Mayor Nutter, thank you, Dave, for your presentation. What questions do commissioners have?
Commissioner Shipley, Dave, I want to be sure I heard you right. Any of the alternatives that we might dream up, we don't really have any way of knowing how the Army Corps would look on those. Did I hear that correctly?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Commissioner, that is correct. We had a meeting with a representative from the Corps prior to submitting the application. And for them to give us any indication or approval of what they would consider, we need to provide them with a plan. And so it's difficult. It's the challenge with working with them is you kind of got to produce a plan in enough detail for them to review thoroughly and give you some feedback. We do know that crossing that spillway is a critical issue with them, and that they would require us to have a surface that is erodible through that spillway if that spillway is ever needed in the future. So they will be certainly involved in the process as we move forward.
Commissioner Larson here. I just wanted to verify the cost that you're projecting for this. The reason it's a little bit higher than what was in our CIP, I think it was higher, is because of the addition of the multi-use path and the addition of that one road that's being connected to part of the soccer field area. Is that my understanding, Dave?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. It's a combination of the whole project. I don't know if we originally considered the shared use path. We do have a 25% contingency in that estimate. But it's based off of our estimate and being conservative, we think that we need another $300,000 for design and construction.
Thank you, Dave. Commissioner Larson, again, another question that I have is when I see the cost of $1.5 million for that road, it seems low to me, based on what I've seen from other costs of roads that we build within the city limits. So I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, about why that cost seems less than what I would anticipate from a street within the city limits.
So Dave Cronin, city engineer. We developed that cost estimate based off of constructing a road similar to the other roads out in the park, more of a road that you would see in the county. It is would have open ditches. There's no curb and gutter, nor no storm sewer that you would see on a similar city street. And we would reuse a lot of the asphalt millings that are out there for the base, and then overlay it with asphalt. So I think it per linear foot would be a less expensive street than you would see us construct in a residential neighborhood.
Mr. Larson, thank you, Dave.
Commissioner,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Larson, I just have one more question. Sorry, Dave. Sorry, Commission. So if we build across that spillway there, did I hear right that road has to be built such that if there is a need to use that for excess water, that the road could be easily washed away? Is that correct?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, that is correct. I think they kind of say it needs to be an erodible surface, which would be rock and not hard pavement.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Shipley, Dave, I want to be sure, because I've seen the application that you guys filed, I think you said in May. I was just concerned that if we change through our public engagement the scope or description of the project, how would that endanger the receipt of this grant?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think it would depend on how much I guess the proposal changed from what we submitted. I think we could look into the feasibility of pushing the road further to the north. And I really don't think that would impact us, not getting the grant. I think the intent of the grant is to provide a secondary point of access. And so if we can do that on a different alignment that's better for everyone, then I think that would still achieve the goals of the project and the application.
Commissioner Larson, another question, Dave. So if we push that road to the north, would that increase the cost of the project?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. It could likely increase the cost of the project. It could lengthen the project, and so I would say that we did include some contingency in our estimate, but without looking into the details of what the alignment is and where it's going and what would need to be done. I don't have a number for any other alignment, but it could increase.
Thank you. Commissioner Arson, one more question. Dave, with the way it's drawn on the map right now, you have that road going basically split in the dog park, which I find troublesome, that's for sure. Is there a possibility, we've got 100 acres out there for this park, or 120 acres for the dog park. Is there a possibility to reconfigure the park so that there's a buffer between a road and the actual dog park, like a big, wooded area that we could put between a road as in the main portion of the dog park?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Let me share my screen here with the image again of this one. Let's see, share. So this was attached to the memo. It wasn't included in the presentation. Just to give everyone another view of the area, the proposed roadway alignment is up here, really north of the existing dog park. Here's the existing parking lot off the end of 27th Street. And this is a really conceptual idea of improvements out at the dog park, which would include moving the parking lot off this access road to the south, at some point increasing parking, and also the possibility of using fencing to have some delineation for the area of the dog park. So this whole area right now is 100 acres. And it would likely still be 100 acres after a road project. But, I think we could look at the feasibility to have more of a buffer, move the road further to the north. And that's something that we could look at as we're going through looking at different alternate options. And I guess, Mark Hecker, if you're on the line here, if you have anything else you'd like to mention about the dog park, feel free to chime in.
Sure. Mark Hecker, Assistant Director with Parks and Rec. The plan you're looking at there is a conceptual plan that we just kind of came up with to begin a conversation with the dog park users. And the byproduct of this project has been we've really established a really nice advocate group with the dog park folks that we're able to talk to about needed improvements and what we might want to do going into the future with the dog park. So nothing on that plan is set in stone. It was just a begin a conversation. If we want to move a fence here, we want to move a fence there, we want to move the road, push the parking lot, move a restroom. That's all things we can talk about. And really, we're really early in that process. I'd like to understand what the users of the park are really interested in. And that's why we did that survey, so we can kind of understand what are the priorities and how can we start to angle our thoughts on future improvements of the dog park.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Finkeldine. Dave, what is the latest guess, I guess would probably be the best way to ask you, latest guess on when we might see improvements on, the full lanes on K10 and improvements there at the intersection?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. KDOT will be providing the commission an update, hopefully in November, on the status of the ongoing supplemental environmental impact statement for the K10 West Leg improvements to 4 lanes. But with their review of more substantial interim improvements at the intersection of K10 and Wakarusa, and with the 30% design plans that they are wrapping up, it's a potential project that could happen in 5 years. That's just, from discussing with them, that's kind of the earliest that could happen if they were to phase improvements to build part or all of the interchange improvements at K10 and Wakarusa ahead of doing the whole K10 West Leg improvements all at once. So I think optimistically that would be the soonest that could happen. I would say that right now, I can only say this so many times, that there is no funding identified for improvements there on K10. So it may be a phased approach, and it may take a while. And I know it's a priority for KDOT. I know it's really a priority for the city as well. So still moving forward.
This is Commissioner Bowley. To what extent are the park amenities included in the funding for the road?
And if there's some portion that's not included, is there a separate funding source that's been identified for that? Or is it in our budget?
Mark Heckworth, Parks and Rec. I would say some of the items within the talked about improvements to the dog park are within our budget. So, you know, if we're putting a fence in or moving a parking lot, I think we can do that within our operating budget. And certainly that's why I wanted to start that conversation early, was to start to understand scope and then look at future budgets. And, you know, if we need to develop a CIP just for the dog park improvements, I want to propose that, you know, coming into next year's budget. But I think some of the items, or many of the items, can be done within our current operating budget.
Thank you, Mark. This is Commissioner Bowley again. So what I'm hearing is that the park amenities are not included in the road funding.
Correct. We view that as a separate project.
This is Mayor Nanda. Are there other questions, or we have several individuals signed up for a public comment on this item as well?
Mayor,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
sorry, you go ahead, Derek.
Derek Rogers, Director for Parks and Recreation. Just want to discuss a few things. If we can get to a consultant that engages the public, we've spent some time listening to the members of the users of the park. We've listened to all the users out there. What they like is the open country feel, and they're pretty much satisfied with the amenities are out there. So I think if we can get to the consultant and look at some different designs and what might be compromises and common ground, there, depending on the route that goes there, we may not need to do a new parking lot. Fencing where there's a safety need, absolutely. If there isn't a need, then it's been an open area for over 20 years and it seems to work. Those are my comments.
Mayor, Commissioner Shipley, thank you for that. Derek, that kind of segues me maybe a little bit into one of my questions. But I'd like to start that question with Chief Coffey. Thanks for being here, Chief. And I did see the meeting you all were at. Staff did a really nice job engaging with the public. Chief, you were talking about how the entrance there to the parking lot is kind of a choke point, and it just doesn't leave much room there for your equipment when you're getting in or turning around perhaps to get out. And I appreciate you bringing that up because that's actually what I had noticed taking my kid to play soccer, that the entrance there is really part of the problem. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Let's get unmuted. Sean Coffey, Fire Chief with the Fire Medical Department. Yeah, one of the things we advocate, obviously, from the fire medical standpoint is multiple accesses into facility if at all possible. Because in the event of an emergency or disaster, obviously, it's important to be able to get in, or multiple ways to get in depending upon the situation. One of the things that we noticed when we drove through the other day was that it always concerns me, and it's been a number of years since my children were out at YSC, but during that time, access of people going in and going out becomes quite congested in there, and ingress almost becomes as big as issue as egress. And just west of the intersection there of 27th and the bypass, there's this bridge there where it kind of chokes down the two lanes. And on a day that there's heavy congestion of traffic, that would be very difficult to get in there. And so we're just always looking for options that might identify multiple ways to get in and out of an area. What that may be, that's obviously up to the engineers and the designers, but it's something we have large apparatus and equipment that needs to get in and out. And so if we can have that access, we always advocate for that as well.
Thank you, Chief. You had also mentioned, Commissioner Shipley, sorry. You're also kind of, this is all kind of an idea, a concept, but you were kind of conjecturing about even being able to enter from, if there was a 27th Street entrance on the further side. But how much longer would it take you if you had to come in that way to reach an emergency?
Well, currently that is the way we would access if there's an emergency in the spillway area there, or the Mud Run area. We would access that area from Clinton Parkway over the dam and around that way into it. So it is a elongated time. And we would not use the road. There is a surface there. It's an unimproved surface right now. It's a kind of a rock road that is available. We can get on it if it necessitated. Probably could get a medic unit there if need be. Obviously, depending upon the weather, it'd be very difficult with a fire truck for sure. But there is a little bit of a route, but that exists currently. What we really don't have is that alternative access or egress, and that's always what we're advocating for if possible.
Commissioner Shibley, thank you again, Chief. Mayor, if you'll just give me one more question for Dave that kind of is in line with this questioning. In that bottleneck that Chief was talking about, I guess what I've wondered in the past is why not make that entrance have an entrance and an exit, since that seems to be part of the bottleneck, in addition to people parking on the side of 27th. It seems like we own that property. We can kind of reconfigure it how we want. It could be cheaper. Was that in any way one of the ideas kicked around to help alleviate that choke point?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Well, I think there might be a choke point with getting in and out of YSC to 27th Street, but the big choke point and bottleneck is the traffic signal at K10 and 27th Street. So that's the main cause of traffic queuing up. And as Chief Coffey was talking about, concerned about emergency access, that's where we're really concerned if we have a severe weather event and you got hundreds of people trying to leave at once. It can be really congested at the end of games when you've got an influx of people and outflux of people going in and out. But there's been times where we've had severe weather come through and you got softball folks and then all these ball field folks trying to leave all at once. And so that's the big concern from a safety standpoint, is being able to get in and out with the traffic signal there, because you're kind of stuck. So that's the main bottleneck, I think, from a traffic perspective.
Mayor Nanda, any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, we have several individuals, so I will start at the top of the list and work my way down. First, we have Caitlin McDermott. Please go ahead, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Caitlin McDermott. I live at 1000 Mississippi in Lawrence. I, like many people in Lawrence, am firmly opposed to the 27th Street expansion through the Mutt Run off-leash park. As I've stated before in my comments on this issue, the Mutt Run Park is a special place. It is unique to Lawrence. It is unique in its expansive size, its natural environment, its peace and quiet. I'll never forget when a dog park friend of mine sent me a picture of an out-of-state off-leash park, an abandoned tennis court with the nets removed. We knew we were blessed with our Mutt Run Park. This park is so much more than a dog park, especially now during the pandemic. The people who walk these beautiful trails with grasses and flowers and hay bales and love their dogs, love watching them run and experience the joy of it unrestrained. The people get so much out of this experience. We connect with one another, we check in with one another, we care about one another. We get sun on our faces and breezes in our hair and experience the silence and sounds of nature. For some of our citizens, this is their social activity of the day.
This is the place where the most lonely and introverted can be checked on by strangers to make sure that they are okay. This park is a healing place. My dog Seymour came to us as an abandoned, abused 1-year-old. He crawled on his belly when passing strangers on his walk. He had no idea how to engage with other dogs. The Mutt Run Park gave him a space to learn that strangers weren't all bad and to learn how to play with other dogs. It also gave him a safe space to run, smell tons of natural smells, and climb those hay bales. He doesn't adjust well to change. He doesn't understand how cars are a danger. He still startles at loud or unfamiliar noises. The expansion of 27th Street, the act of the construction alone, would be terrifying for him and many of the dogs at the park. The resulting change of noise, cars, and barriers would be devastating to all of us, including the wild animals that live in that park. None of the thousands of city residents using this park want a road going through it or alongside of it. We don't want nature to be disturbed or our dogs and our kids to be in danger. There are a few places which are special in every community. This park is special. Please, please don't destroy this special place. Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Next on our list is Carrie Smelding. Please go ahead, say your name and you have.
Hello, this is Carrie Snelding, Lawrence citizen and Mutt Run user. My dog Char was not socialized before she came into my life, and it has been a journey to get her used to people. But she absolutely loves dogs, and the Mutt Run has been a place for her to experience people in a safe way. If it weren't for this dog park, she would be afraid of the world. This community is very knowledgeable and accepting of dogs that have different social and physical needs, and Mutt Run gives them an opportunity to live life off leash. This park is just not about dogs. It is about people too. It is a sanctuary. It is a serene green space, and what makes this park unmistakably Lawrence. I am a graduate student at KU, and the pandemic has been some of my hardest academic months. I feel alone, and my mental health has wavered. The only normal part of my routine has been walking my dog at Mutt Run. It is the one place in Lawrence that is a safe escape during these times. While I was a Haskell student, you built the K-10 through my sanctuary, the Haskell Wetlands, and now I'm a graduate student at KU and found sanctuary at the Mutt Run, and now you're planning on building a road through that too. I'm closely connected to my family, and so is Char. She is connected to not only a few people, but we have not been able to see them. I'm grateful that this park has been open during this time. I was sad to see that the youth sports complex was closed and locked to citizens wanting to get outside and be active in a safe way. They were mowing it all the time, but they rarely did the same for the dog park. That made me feel like they didn't care about the dog park community. Not only have these been trying times, but today the dog park is still a sanctuary for my dog, but it is no longer a sanctuary for me because the 27th Street project looms over my head and heart. The only way I knew about this project was through a Lawrence Journal World newspaper clipping pinned to the bulletin board. I completely and absolutely oppose this road, and I think you should too. This road should not even be an option. If you put this road through the dog park, it will never be the same. The noise pollution and innumerable safety hazards will be weighing on our minds. My dog is unwelcome in so many places around town, and at the Mutt Run, she is welcome. But if you put a road through it, it will just be another unwelcoming space. I am disgusted at the lack of safety measures and planning for the dog park included in this project. My dog has high prey drive and will definitely be chasing vehicles and bikes along the potential fence, and likely can jump a fence that you plan on putting in. This worries me because she will no longer be part of my life if she is run over. Thank you for your time.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Carrie. Next on our list is Lynn Gimple. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Lynn Gimpel. When I lost my dog in the middle of the pandemic, I went to the Mutt Run without her because that's where the quiet, the solace, and the friendship was.
I and the speakers following me are here to make it clear that we oppose hiring a designer for this project as long as a road through the Mutt Run is still being considered, because there is no way to extend 27th Street through the Mutt Run without permanently destroying the open green space that is so necessary to people, dogs, and wildlife. Let's just rename the Mutt Run the Mutt Sports Complex. We have a complex of trails, and free roaming with our dogs is our sport every bit as much as baseball and soccer is a sport for YSC users. Maybe that would put us on equal footing, except we don't have an alternative facility, and our complex is in use every day, all day, in every conceivable kind of weather. We're here because of the traffic in and out of YSC, but no one bothers to talk about the traffic pattern within the Mutt Run, which is too bad, because that pattern of perpetual unfettered movement is exactly what makes the Mutt Run unique and keeps us and our dogs safe. Freedom of movement prevents territorial issues. It provides multiple ways to avoid large groups of dogs, dogs in training, or frankly, dogs who ought to be better trained. The existing gravel road is the only place in Lawrence where seniors, pregnant women, disabled people, and parents with strollers can simulate a nature walk with their dogs off leash. In fact, 6 of the access points into the park run along the gravel road this project would eliminate. Can new pathways be plowed? Maybe, but not without taking down trees, urbanizing this beautiful open green space, and funneling us all into narrower walking patterns. If this project proceeds, assuming the Army Corps approves a 1.5 miles of fencing through a wildlife corridor, the Mutt Run will become the Mutt Enclosure, and that will be the end of the open green space tranquility we so value. And according to the 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan, you are committed to preserve. We go to the Mutt Run to get away from traffic. The idea of permanently destroying it to provide a temporary solution to a traffic problem that occurs less than half the year is unconscionable. The Mutt Run is a refuge. It's a sanctuary. It should never be threatened. If anything, it should be officially protected. And so we, and by we, I mean over 1,340 of us, not several, are voicing a resounding no to any proposal, any design, or any agenda item that does not do exactly that. Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda, thank you. Next on our list is Debbie Smith. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Debbie Smith. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your serious consideration of our opposition to the 27th Street expansion through the Mutt Run. In addition to the devastation to the Mutt Run and its users, I believe this will result in unintended negative consequences. And if you allow, I have a visual aid. It's not quite as fancy as some of the others today, but I wanted to point out, let me change my view. The area, I didn't know how familiar you were with the area that we're talking about here. Let me get this in focus here. But the 27th Street expansion is bringing traffic through a wildly popular green space that's frequently used by 3 groups right now: pedestrians, bicyclists, and animals. And I think extending 27th Street poses a serious risk to all 3. You have pedestrians that park on either side of this road here. They park their cars, and this is a 2-lane road with a gravel shoulder. They park their cars so they can walk down to the lakefront or they can walk onto the dam. So you have cars parked on both sides and people walking. In addition to that, you have foot traffic that goes across that road that you're encouraging traffic through. Those people are trying to get out to Clinton Lake Trails or also just going out east to the Arboretum. You also have bicyclists. That Rock Chalk bike trail comes off Clinton Parkway, and the bicycle people go across the dam, and that's 900 East Road. They also go across 902 Road, and both are ways to get to and from East 1000 Road, which is a real popular bike road. So again, you have bicyclists going back and forth, and it's not just lone bicyclists, it's a group of bicyclists, and the only way to get around a group of bicyclists is to get into the oncoming lane of traffic. And these 2 roads they're traveling on, again, are 2-lane with no shoulder, especially the dam. So that's very dangerous. A third group that you have using this area is wildlife. You have wildlife that intersects the road here, notably, and here and here. What they're doing is they're either grazing on either side, or they're migrating for shelter, food, and water. Another group that's at risk are the animals of Mutt Run. And why?
The reason is, if this road goes through, it's proposed that we have to move the parking lot. The parking lot is right here, which is ideal because the parking lot, this is a dead end. The people coming down this road are coming to go to the mutt run. So it's people that have dogs. They're going there specifically for that. They're driving slow. They're looking out for dogs. And you might remember, Commissioner Larson, when you were out for that one meeting, dogs are running all over the place, just willy-nilly across the road to either side. This is just a big playground for them. If we move the parking lot over to here, where it's proposed, same thing's going to happen. You'll have dogs going willy-nilly across the road because they'll have the mutt run here and here. The problem with that is this is not a dead end. Well, actually it does dead end, but it dead ends down here. Fishermen come down that road to park here where the outlet spillway is, and they also come to park over here to fish at the waterfall. And then you have pedestrians that come down this road to park here to walk those stairs by the waterfall. Pardon me? Oh,
Mayor Nutter, your time is up. Deborah, are you about finished?
I am, yes, but I very much oppose this for the health risk reasons for those three groups. Thank you. Sorry I ran over.
Ms. Mayor Nutter, thank you very much. Next on our list is Jean Heitzman.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Jean Heitzman. I'm using Lynn Gimpel's computer. I've been a patron of the Mutt Run for the last 13 years and a volunteer coach with Parks and Rec Youth Sports for 30 years. I have watched and coached many games at YSC over the years, and I'd like to address the concern of slow traffic egress from those fields. We've been told that the reasons for building the 27th Road extension through the Mutt Run are to provide easier access for Mutt Run users and quicker exiting from YSC. As far as Mutt Run users are concerned, we don't need, nor do we want, easier access. As far as exiting YSC quicker, I really don't understand why this is such a big concern. Traffic delays are just part of sporting events, from Allen Fieldhouse to high school stadiums to YSC. Parents always have options when it comes to exiting games quickly, and none of them involve building them another road. For one, they can do a better job of carpooling. I routinely see 3 or 4 cars of relatives watching one child play. They can pull their child from a game a few minutes early if they need to get to another game across town, or ask a teammate's parent to give their child a ride home. Personally, I like the option of visiting with parents and their child for about 10 minutes after each game. Traffic has usually died down by then. Before permanently destroying what we Mutt Runners think is the best park in Lawrence, to fix a problem that occurs sometimes on weekends for several months out of the year, could other options be considered? Could start times of games be staggered more? Could they increase the time on the traffic light at K10 and 27th on soccer mornings? Could they eliminate the left turn onto K10 when exiting YSC and make cars traveling west on K10 take Wakarusa Road to Clinton Parkway and access K10 from there? I test drove both routes several times and it only takes a couple more minutes via Wakarusa to Clinton Parkway. KDOT has also added right turn lanes to the K10 27th Street intersection, and I think that should help considerably. Could we try any or all of these options first and allow some time to see what effect they have on traffic flow before we build this road? I also think it'd be a good idea to look at other areas of Lawrence before building any additional fields, hopefully areas that already have more than one access point. Derek Rogers invited us to a Zoom meeting last Friday, and he did say they were considering East Lawrence if they were, if they should expand in the future. On a personal note, I adopted my rescue mutt Ruby about 4 years ago. To say she had anxiety-based aggression and other social issues at that time would be quite an understatement. Watching her now playfully running with other dogs puts a smile on my face. Her transformation has been truly remarkable, and that would not have been possible without her friends, both canine and human, in that big, beautiful dog park. Again, thank you for your time.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Next on our list is Taylor Hall. Please go ahead, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Concerned about the capital improvement plan scores. This project has high priority based on those scores. Reality. This project intends to address the sports complex during emergencies and at the dangerous 27th and K10 intersection. This project will not positively
per the KDOT WSP.
This is Mayor Ananda. Taylor, we are losing you. I don't know if you can move to where you have a better connection and we'll pause your time.
Oh, sure, yeah. And I'll let you know when I'm back on.
This is Mayor Ananda. Are you still there, Taylor? I will come back to Taylor at the end of public comment. And Taylor, if you can hear me, we'll just say your name again at the end and you'll be able to give your public comment, then we can try again. And I apologize. Next on our list is John Shelton. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
My name is John Shelton, speaking as a mutt run advocate because my Brittany Spaniel exercises me 6 days a week at the dog park. Thank you for the time to comment on the proposed road project. I am concerned, as other speakers, for the impact this road will have on the dog park, but also what the associated costs that aren't part of the Kansas grant. Right now, my impression is that the Clinton Mutt Run is probably the most used space with the lowest maintenance costs in the park system. Maintenance consists of mowing several acres of open space and paths, occasionally spreading some dirt, gravel, and mulch, 4 trash cans, 1 light fixture, a water fountain, a water faucet, 2 poop bag dispensers, and a pit toilet you'd have to be desperate to use. None of us are asking for anything more, just not a paved road, mixed-use path, and fencing by the dog park, saving the wildlife, trees, and tranquility that we enjoy on our walks. Engineers are asking you for approval to begin the design process for the road. But are they upfront in letting you know the total cost to the city of this project? They have $1 million grant for the road that requires the city to contribute 25%. Will this fund the whole project? It's my understanding that some 1.5 to 2 miles of fencing will have to be installed to protect dogs and their owners. A new parking lot will have to be built. A new bathroom, new paths, and walk bridges will have to be constructed over a creek for getting to the eastern fields from the new parking. All of these things are not part of the grant, possibly costing the city $1 million or more for the road and the dog park. There are alternatives to building this street that would save the city hundreds of thousands of dollars to solve the problem of emergency exit from YSC in case of storms, such as installing remote controlled opening gates on each end of the existing gravel road. No alternatives have been considered. You're being asked to form an advisory committee and hire consultants only to build this road, nothing else. Although KDOT took the low-cost alternative to mitigating the danger of 27th Street SLT intersection, Parks and Rec is attempting to take the high-cost alternative to a problem that will be solved in a few years, either by construction of the western leg of the SLT or the extension of Wakarusa to the south. Because this project has been prioritized by Parks and Rec doesn't mean that it should be a priority for the city as a whole. During a time of great uncertainty, this project should be at the bottom of the needs list. Please reject this request. Thank you for your time.
This is Mayor Ananda. Thank you. Next on our list is Adrian Donovan. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Adrian Donovan, and I oppose the 27th Street Extension project as well. And today I would like to address some of the arguments the city has made for this road and why they just don't make any sense. The city argues that this road has been part of the plan for this space since 1996, and it was laid out in the 2003 Clinton Lake Master Plan, and therefore the realization of this road is 17 to 24 years in the making. Well, anyone who lived in Lawrence in 1996, like I did, knows that our city is much different than it was 24 years ago. The way these spaces are used is different. You know what else the 2003 Clinton Lake Master Plan calls for? It also calls for fully relocating the dog park to a much smaller space to the south to make way for this road. Is that what we'll be surprised with next? Moving the most used green space in all of Lawrence to make way for a road? The fact is, plans change all the time, they should. City improvement projects should be based on how spaces are used today and look to the future, not backwards. Another argument the city makes for this road is that it will reduce traffic going through the K10 and 27th Street intersection by providing a secondary entrance and exit to the youth sports complex. And this reduction in traffic will make the intersection more safe. You can read this in the PR 21-2407 CIP project detail report.
But in the KDOT cost share grant application, the city writes that they want this road because it'll provide more access to the dog park, golf course, and outlet park. More access meaning more traffic through that very same intersection. So which is it? Is the city trying to reduce traffic through the intersection or increase it? It seems to me that instead of having an argument for the necessity of the road, they're just trying to justify spending the money to build it. And that brings me to the staff's last argument, and maybe their most persuasive, which is that they should build this road because they've got the money. It doesn't matter that the need for the road is questionable, or that the process behind getting the money for this project lacked transparency, failed to engage the community, and didn't even include other city stakeholders like the Multimodal Transportation Committee. They've got this grant money and they want to spend it. Is this really the type of strategic planning and fiscal responsibility the City Commission wants to support? Spending over $1 million in a road that may not even be needed just because someone thought it was a good idea 24 years ago? Now look, 2020 has been a really challenging year, and that's putting it mildly. As a City Commission, you have had to figure out how to overcome insurmountable obstacles, problem solve through issues nobody has ever seen in a century. This does not have to be one of them. This project shouldn't even be on your radar. $1 million road to reduce idle and wait times for a select portion of community? Really? Right now? There's so many more pressing issues that you could be focused on, and so many needs that this money would be better spent on. So vote no to this project. Reallocate this money to better serve the wider community of Lawrence. Give the 1,350 people who have now signed the petition to stop this project some relief during this awful, awful year. Vote no to the road and save the mud run. Thank you.
Ms. Mayor Nada, thank you, Adrienne. Next on our list is Molly Head. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. Molly, you may be on mute. I'm not seeing Molly Head on the participant list. Porter, do you have any information?
No, Mayor, I don't, and I don't see her on the list either, though.
Okay, I will call that name again toward the end of public comment. Next on the list is Paul Kirsting. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. Paul, you may be on mute. And again, I don't see that name on our participant list. Porter, do you have any other information?
No, Mayor, I don't, and I don't see the name either.
Okay. We will move on to the next item on, or the next individual on our list. Dorothy Daly, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thanks very much for hearing all of the opinions tonight. I wanted to add my voice to the opposition. I have been using Mutt Run pretty regularly since 2005. These are my dogs behind me. And so in thinking tonight, what I wanted to say to you all, I actually went back through some city documents and looked at what was in the petition that everybody signed, the 1,300 signatures. What were some of the sentiments that they wanted to share with you? And I found a lot that resonated with me. The descriptions of the dog park sounded, they are accurate. People describe the place as spectacular, beloved, a sanctuary, a beautiful space, a place to connect with nature, relaxing, tranquil. And this is 2020 language, right? Like nothing is relaxing anymore. A peaceful, natural area, phenomenal, a joyful space. Again, in 2020, I mean, that is superlative because 2020 is rough. And so the adjectives were really nice to look at as someone who uses the park pretty regularly. There was also a lot of opposition, and I wanted to really just pull out the positive. And I continued looking through the city documents and noticed that in the
agenda packet for October 13th, there was a set of results from a consulting firm, Novak Consulting Group, that engaged 3,000 individuals in Lawrence to help the City Commission redevelop a strategic plan. And so I looked through some of that and I thought, here are 3,000 individuals that are really shaping how you think about the city. And I'd encourage you to recognize that in very short order in the pandemic, you have almost half of that number telling you something that they want to remain, they want unchanged. I'll add my voice to the opposition. This is a vital space. It's a unique space. Adding a fence to it will be detrimental, not just for the dogs and the dog owners, but the animals as well. And I think you're setting up conflict between users in Lawrence that doesn't need to be there. So I appreciate all of the work that Parks and Recs does. I appreciate the City Council for hearing the opposition tonight. And please, I urge you to take a stand and not approve any resources for this road, fencing, anything that you don't need to fix, not run. Thank you.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Next on our list is Jason Pryor. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate all the comments that have come before mine, and I'm going to take a little bit different approach. I am a board member for Sporting Caw Valley Youth Soccer, and I have three kids that play out at YSC. I'm also, my family also uses the Mutt Road and Dog Park. We have 2 dogs, and we certainly see the value in both facilities. I think what's before you here tonight, Commissioners, is to authorize the engagement of a design services consultant to talk with the members of the public that have legitimate concerns on both sides, and to see whether there's a balance that can be struck among those interests. Obviously, from our standpoint, and from my standpoint as a board member, the safety of our members is really of paramount importance. And we've heard the issues. I don't need to belabor them. I certainly recognize the concerns that have been advocated here tonight. And I'm hopeful that you guys will allow for the public engagement and the various stakeholders that do have an interest, and in hopes that a balance can be struck in those interests. That's all I have. Thank you.
This is Mayor Nanda, thank you. Next on our list is Marcus Dudley. Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Marcus Dudley, and I serve as the executive director, excuse me, the executive director for Sporting Caw Valley Soccer Association. I echo a lot of what Jason has just said. I didn't know I'd be speaking right behind him, but for those of you that don't know much about Sporting Caw Valley, we currently provide a wide range of soccer-related services to nearly 5,000 participants a year. We offer operations and services in Lawrence, Topeka, and Manhattan, but our core is here in Lawrence, and we serve over 1,000 member families from our Lawrence community. Well, I'm really here, to speak on behalf of our organization in support of moving forward and continuing these conversations. I've served in this role for now almost 10 years, a little over 10 years, and we have continually expressed our concerns, not only about the entrance point and exit point of Clinton Lakeview Sports Complex, but also about the overall capacity and the traffic within the complex. During that time period, I can tell
Mayor Ananda, Mr. Dudley has frozen. Give him a second. Sherry, have you paused his time?
Thing that I really want to say is,
Mr. Dudley, you keep freezing.
did I stop?
You froze.
Hello?
Yep, there you are. You froze. And I think that Sherry paused your time. So if you want to continue, please.
Yeah, that'd be great. I think one of the things, the sentiments that I really want to, echo is this is a safety issue for our kids right now. I've already heard Dave talk a little bit about, entry and exit points. If there was a weather situation, there have been weather situations. Tornadoes have gone to the south of us, and we had players out on that complex. We are really concerned about emergency services, if they're able to get in and get out if there was a major situation that occurred at our peak programming times. Those are legitimate concerns that we have, and we have had for nearly 10 years. Every year at the end of our season, we send out a survey to our members. The number one comment that we get back from our members is that they have concerns about the safety of that complex. We hear it from our members. I hear it from my employees. I hear it from our volunteers. I hear it from the visitors who travel to Lawrence to participate in our tournaments. I mean, these are issues that are affecting our organization. I think one of the things that I also wanted to share is that, this problem already has and creates a lot of frustration and stress for our current members. More recently, I will tell you that we have seen an increase in parking lot altercations, parent to parent. And I know some of that is because people are tired of sitting in line for 30 minutes. They're late to their children's games, and they get out and they take it out on each other. That's not what we want this to be about. I've seen parents letting their kids out of the car while they're stuck in line and walking through traffic in order to try to get their kids to their games on time.
This Mayor Ananda, thank you, Mr. Dudley.
What's that?
Thank you. You had 3 minutes and your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you for the opportunity. We are in support of at least moving forward to continuing these conversations to find mutually beneficial, solutions for all of our constituents.
Thank you. Last on our list, before we go back to the ones that we missed, is Chris Flowers. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers. First, they talked about it being a 30-minute wait. So if we build the road through, will it be a 15-minute wait each way? And I want to say, what does that mean for the Mutt Run people? Right now, when the games are out, their traffic's not affected. If that road goes through, when the Mutt Run, like when the games are getting out, does that mean the Mutt Run people are now going to be stuck in line for 15 minutes? I don't think that's very fair. I mean, they're not participating in the games, yet they're going to get stuck up in that traffic when we open up that road. And let's see, why not just a right turn only during games? Like I know it would definitely inconvenience some of the people that need to go left, but you've done it other places where there's a safety concern. I think on 27th at some point out in the county, they made it like a right turn only, and people who lived out there and wanted to go other ways from right, they were screwed. So why not in this situation? If it's all about safety, that would get traffic through quicker, and it would make things safer. It would just be a major inconvenience for the parents who need to go left. But that would be a solution that would not affect the Mutt Run people who aren't taking part in the games. And I like the point the earlier speaker made about staggering times, and what about parents carpooling? What exactly has the youth sports complex asked of its users to try to reduce the problem? Have they done anything like asking any of their users to do any of this stuff? Like, what have they done to try to reduce the problem? And also, I'd like to ask if it's also about the parents have concerns, where are the parents at tonight? Like, there's a whole bunch of support from the Mutt Run people, but there's hardly any. I mean, we've heard from the sports complex people, but what about the parents using it? It just seems kind of strange that the parents we don't hear much from the parents yet. There's a whole lot of support from the Mutt Run people. And I want to talk about stakeholders. What about the taxpayers? I mean, I don't own a dog and I don't have a kid, so I'm just a taxpayer, and I'm with the Mutt Run people 100% on this. I don't think this is something that's really needed, and I think it's going to do more harm to the Mutt Run people. So thank you.
Mayor Nanda, thank you. Sherry, is there anyone present in chambers to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you. So we will go back to the three individuals that we missed on the list. Taylor Hall, do you want to try again? You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, I'm back, Taylor Hall, and this project will not positively affect the 27th and K10 intersection per the KDOT WSP intersection study. Also, the gravel path that this road seeks to replace already functions as an emergency exit, but it also functions as a walkway for those with physical mobility issues. The road will get rid of 60% of low mobility access pathways in the Mutt Run Park. This is not reflective in the equity portion of the CIP scoring. The lack of public involvement from the beginning does not align with the city's goals for collaborative planning in the 2040 comprehensive plan. These have felt like just lofty words for the city to appease those it wishes to push over, or better yet, pave over. True collaborative planning does not start at the design phase. Therefore, hiring engineering designers to conduct public engagement is not the right step. The step does not consider alternatives to a road. It only considers alternative routes. Really, there is only one alternative route, and that's through the spillway. But this is highly frowned upon by the Army Corps of Engineers. Yes, this project has support from the Youth Sports Complex and Friends of the Lawrence Area Trails and Livewell Douglas County, though that one has become shaky. Yet it does not have support from the Mutt Run. The park this road will go through, partially destroy, and during construction disrupt. When you hear 1,300 plus community members, not several, voicing their opposition, I think it's time to listen. We do not want this road, yet it is being pushed through under the veil of a design consultant who might solve the problem of opposition. This staff item report states that this project has not gone well so far, and I believe it's because it's a bad project. This project has serious issues within the CIP scores, and commissioners, I urge you to oppose this project along with the 1,300 plus citizens who do as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thank you. Glad you were able to get connected in. Next is Molly Head. Is Molly here? Okay. And Paul Kirsting. Okay, that was the last name on our list. So at this point, we will bring it back up to the commission for discussion. Who wants to start? This is Vice Mayor Finkel. I have a couple questions I think that have come up as I've listened to these presentations. Maybe this one's for you, Dave. The
some talk about an alternative route being to the north. When you say that, given the topography and the spillway, what do you mean about to the north? Like 50 feet to the north, or all the way through the spillway along the current route and keeping completely away? When you say that, what are you envisioning as possible realistic avenues to the north?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I don't have a specific alignment or distance to the north. I think there is possibility to have more of a buffer than using the current alignment that was shown. I know there's been some question regarding the ability to just put the alignment through the spillway. I think that I would say is would be very difficult and not feasible. It has been pointed out to me by someone that there's a road in the spillway at Pomona Lake, so I guess nothing's out of the question. But you know, that's what we really need to look at with design, and so I don't want to say one thing's in or out at this point. So we would look at whatever feasible options there are, given the topography, given the requirements of the Army Corps of Engineers, you know, within the area that's out there. But I do think by walking through there that there is some ability to provide more of a buffer. It would require probably some more grading and removing of some trees, but that would be something we would look at with the different concepts.
Vice Mayor Finkelite, Dave, can you possibly show me what you're meaning about buffer, like on your map or something? I mean, I guess as you pull that up, I mean, no one mentioned it tonight, but someone in the many documents we received mentioned, I mean, for an example, you know, building a road along the shared use path all the way through the spillway, all the way north, all the way around. I mean, that is a northerly option, and it doesn't come anywhere close to the must run. But I'm not sure that's a realistic option, I guess, as I'm asking. And then when you say a little bit of buffer, I don't know what you mean by that.
Unmute, okay. Dave Cronin, city engineer, shared the screen here with the map. Zoom in a little bit. There is a possibility that we could take the road up in here through this area. Here's the spillway is right here, up on this side of the spillway on the south side, up to here to connect to I don't know what road this is, but I think it leads to Sesquicentennial Point. And so that has been, you know, something that has been thrown out that we could look at, or anything in between, I would say. Again, I think it would be challenging to go through the spillway, and that would be a long road, and I could see some concerns with putting a road next to that, our shared use path through there. But again, I think that's, you know, something that we would, I guess, really start from scratch when we say, hey, we want to connect point A to point B. What are the possible alignments? What are the benefits? What are the drawbacks of each one? And what would be the, you know, I guess the best for the community at large. So I don't want to exclude anything at this point before we even start. So, but I think there is some opportunity in this area, and I don't have a scale on here to provide you a distance, but that we could create more of a buffer than just along the north edge of the dog park.
Vice Mayor Finkelite, thank you for that. That helps. I guess a different question. Obviously, one of the concerns brought up is kind of this concern of, you just mentioned having a consultant help look at paths from A to B, how do you envision this consultant considering the option of no road at all? And how do they factor that into their work?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Well, I think that certainly is an option. No build is an option. And it's, I think this would be a combination, this consultant services would be a combination of someone that has some, or a combination of consultants that has public engagement experience that could help focus on, identifying what all the concerns are. And then have a combination with having a designer that could draw some lines and provide some cost estimates, and has experience working with the Army Corps of Engineers. So that's I think the way I see it going is that we get together and say, well, what are the pros and cons of alternate alignments? What are the concerns? What alleviates the concerns? We've talked a lot about the Mutt Run Dog Park, but I've heard concerns. And I think one of the speakers brought it up regarding the cyclists that use the dam road. A lot of folks that are biking out into the county that no longer can use Castle to get out into the county to cross K10 at Castle. Now go down, use the Lawrence Loop over the E900 road and go south. And so there's some concern there with the potential increase of traffic on E902 road with cyclists that are on the road. What alignment, what impacts them as well. Of course, anything that would have additional traffic on the dam road could impact them. But certainly an alignment along the spillway would probably not be favorable to them as well. So, again, there's, I guess, a lot of stakeholders involved that have different viewpoints here. And I think that we would want the public engagement professional to, identify the different alignments, and then, also consider, what happens if we don't build the road? What's the pros and cons of not building this? Obviously, I think we have expressed the concern regarding safety, but that not building the road is still an option at this point.
Vice Mayor Finkel, I appreciate that. And one of my, I guess, thoughts would be that the consultant in a vacuum would also consider, in a vacuum would consider, well, how do we get, how do we address the traffic concerns of YSC? But I guess that 27th and K10 intersection has been studied immensely by all sorts of engineers. I assume there's no thought at trying to think up new ways to get people out of that park. There's a few mentioned tonight about ride only and other things. Would that be part of this service, to look at other ways to address traffic if this, it was decided this road was not going to be built? Would that be part of this contract?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. That would not be part of the contract, Commissioner. We've, with the intersection study that KDOT did, they really looked at any and all options for the intersection there, and they're really including almost all of them with this in the low cost improvements with turn lanes and changing the access restrictions on the north side of the intersection to improve safety the best that they can. They're also going to be installing a queue detection system, warning system. So as traffic is queuing back, and it can queue back half a mile or more on K10 at the signal, that there'll be a warning system for people as they approach the intersection that traffic's backed up, to help alleviate some of the rear end crashes. So they really have looked at almost every option. And even with the study on mid to longer term improvements, any option at the intersection. They even looked at roundabouts on the highway. They looked at any and all options with their study, and really I think that they're proceeding with looking at having a grade separated intersection there as soon as they can. And in the interim, this secondary access point would be the next best beneficial project for congestion at the complex. And I would also say that, even with the project, if we go forward with extending this road, I would still see a majority of traffic entering and exiting the complex using K10 and 27th Street. I think it would just be during really peak usage of the complex where folks would have an alternate way out. So I would still see the majority of traffic that goes to the complex using K10 and 27th Street. But really that emergency factor and peak usage, I think, would be where you see the need to have this road.
Vice Mayor Fickle, thank you. Two more questions, not meaning to hog the time here, but you said, when I asked earlier, you said optimistically the soonest we could probably get the separation there at 27 and Wakarusa from KDOT would be 5 years from now. Optimistically, if we hired a consultant, went through the process, were able somehow to agree on a route, and then built that road, what's optimistically as fast as we could get that done? A year from now?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. The schedule that we proposed in our application, that we designed the project next year, 2021. I think we had a letting in December and construction winter and into spring of 2022. So it would be completed before, I guess, peak usage in 2022. Spring of 2022 would be my estimate. So about a year and a half from now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Fickle, thank you. No further questions.
This is Mayor Ananda, kind of piggybacking on that conversation. I wanted to ask if there has been any kind of study done on the impact, particularly of pedestrian safety. I regularly have used the Mutt Run until my puppos got too big and scary to the little ones there. And there are frequently bicyclists, pedestrians, over by the dam crossing, and particularly on weekends, folks are out there. And I know, we heard one commenter talk about parents who clearly have anger issues because, you don't take out your frustration on another human being in that way unless you have an issue. How that could be impacting those pedestrians. So if we have heightened emotion individuals who are going through that space where there are more pedestrians versus waiting in a car in traffic and the safety issues and the impact of that. Has there been any study done?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. No, we have not done a study on the pedestrian safety with the dog park.
Is that something, and it wouldn't be necessarily just the dog park. I think it would be folks accessing the dam area or the paths there. There are more pedestrians in those areas than I would say if there was a fence at the dog park, for example. And that's notwithstanding, it seems like the potential danger posed by that safety, accidents were mentioned, is the danger posed by increased traffic in that space, particularly on high use times and areas, more negative than folks waiting in their cars. And would a study like that be done if that were to be considered?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We at this point haven't considered a study of pedestrian usage, but I think it would be tough to predict what the potential is of crashes. I know would you'd have conflicts out there, and it might be part of the discussion where, you know, we've shown that shared use path that extends to Mutt Run Dog Park, maybe extending that to have a pedestrian path all the way out to the lower dam road. So that there would be an added cost to that, but I think that would be something that, you know, if that is a concern and that's something that we hear, and I guess I'm already hearing it now, that would be something that we would want to think about extending that shared use path or a sidewalk or something to have some separation between pedestrians and vehicles.
This is Mayor Nanda. That would be something that would be important to me if we're talking about increasing safety, or we're talking about increasing convenience to a decrease in safety for other folks. That would not meet our end by any means, and would be pretty seriously dangerous potentially.
Commissioner Shipley. Dave, just a kind of a process question, and I appreciate that you guys have pumped the brakes on this. I wonder why you would like to do the public engagement before multimodal looking at it. And I guess I'm wondering that because it seems like multimodal could narrow down, because right now we're saying, I hear you saying we're not taking anything off the table, anything's possible. And I know sometimes in the past, those projects veer in strange ways because there isn't a narrowed focus. So I just feel like I kind of thought multimodal, especially since they do a good job of focusing on access, why not let them look at it first and narrow the scope, and then have them look at the RFP, or give whoever's going to do the study more specific direction.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We have considered having some multimodal members be part of the steering committee, but as far as their comfort level or experience in determining the scope, I don't know if that's really in their purview. I think what we need to do is at first just listen to everyone's concerns, and then try to develop ideas and strategies to mitigate those. And I think that really conversation needs to happen with all of the stakeholders, and including a couple of multimodal transportation commissioners that are generally familiar with the project, and then we've kind of briefed them on what the project is, and in addition, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, because you know, as this was mentioned, this road is on the Clinton Lake Parks Master Plan. It has been on there for a while, and it's been a long time, and again, plans can change. So I think having them on the steering committee is important as well. So that's kind of the thought behind the public engagement process and the steering committee.
Commissioner Larson here. So I've had the opportunity to attend the meetings that have occurred out at the Mutt Run Park, and listen to numerous people one-on-one about the situation and their concerns, and looking at that first map that was drawn up, or the map that was drawn up, you know, I totally concur with their concerns regarding safety, and the fact that as it's drawn right now, and I understand it's just a concept, that however, it would split the park up which I find very concerning. So as we move forward, if we move forward with this, I'm going to have big concerns about having a road go through that close to the park without some sort of significant safety buffer or something. If that means bringing it through the spillway or up along the edge, then I'm definitely interested in seeing that type of option and looked at very diligently. So, I'll just say, I hear their concerns and I think they've got some valid points, and we need to make sure that that's listened to and we take that into strong consideration if we move forward on this.
Commissioner Bowley, I appreciate the comments that we've heard tonight, and don't really have much to add other than that this is an interesting way for me to spend my dog's adoptiversary. Willis came to us 6 years ago today from the Lawrence Humane Society. So, I appreciate that, dog owners are very attached to the experience that they have at the Mutt Run. And as a parent of kids who also played soccer out at YSC, I understand that there are interests that are legitimate with those folks as well. So I'm really hopeful that we'll have good conversation and everybody will have a chance to get heard.
Mayor, Commissioner Shipley, I wonder, Commissioner Bowley, I wonder if you would talk with me a little bit. One of my concerns is that, this kind of got weighted in the CIP at some point because it would get grant money. So that would have boosted its scores a little bit. And I do hear the point that this might be spending money on a problem that's actually half a mile away. How do you feel about potentially spending money that we could use on something else for a problem that might be addressed much cheaper and much simpler?
I'm open to not spending money. This is Commissioner Bowley. I think that it's important to consider that this project was covered in the 2016, 2017 update of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Now, I'll be the first one to say I've had serious differences with how that plan was done and put forward, but I must admit that this project was in that plan, and that plan had significant public outreach. So, this has also been in our CIP. So, as I say, I'm open to not spending money, but our conversation tonight is not about whether or not to spend money. Our conversation tonight is about whether to have a conversation with the assistance of a consultant, or at least that's my understanding of the issue before us tonight, and I'm open to be corrected on that.
Commissioner Shipley, you are right, but the reason I ask is it seems like the opening question is, how do we make the 27th Street intersection at K10 safer? And that became a conversation way over here. And I hear staff saying that they think the addition of this road is, or some form of this road is inevitable. And I'm not convinced of that. So that was why I was asking about the process, about rethinking priorities, and there's other things besides just the money in terms of our changing priorities.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Bowley. I heard tonight that no build is an option. Commissioner Shipley, I heard Brad ask Dave, what about only looking at 27th Street change alternatives? And I believe I heard Dave say not an option. Dave, want to come back to me with that?
Dave Cronin, city engineer, can you clarify the question for me?
So I think what Brad had asked you was, is it possible that we could solve this problem only at the 27th Street intersection without venturing off into new roads? And I heard you saying that was not an option.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I don't think we can do further improvements at the signalized intersection to improve congestion and safety other than what we have done. And that still would not alleviate the concern we have during emergency events and having a secondary access point. Would still only have one access point no matter what we do at that intersection here in the short term.
This is Mayor Nanda. If a traffic study was done of that potential road, which I think is a pretty common thing that we do, and it's found that it would be less safe for pedestrians than it is less safe for vehicular traffic, even with the wait times, is that still something that we would talk about as an inevitability in this process?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Sometimes it would, I think it would be hard to define the safety measure of pedestrian conflicts with the road. I think sometimes it's easier to do when you have with vehicles with crash history, like you can at an intersection. And, if you do this treatment, you're predicted this, fewer crashes. We don't see a lot of crashes with pedestrians. They do occur, but a lot of it's perception of safety. And so that would be hard to define in a study. I think generally speaking, if we hear that there are, a lot of users, of pedestrian users out, let's just say west of the Mutt Run Dog Park around the spillway, and there's no sidewalk there, then it would be, important to consider including a sidewalk in the project or a path in the project. So I don't see the, I don't really see the benefit of a study just to determine the possibility of pedestrian safety with the road extension, but I think it needs to be included in the discussion, and that we should look to mitigate that with the improvements. Like I mentioned, extending the shared use path, if that's a concern. If there's pedestrians that would be using the area west of the dog park or at the, adjacent to Mutt Run. So I hope that answers your question. I'd just be concerned about just saying, yeah, we're going to study it and just keep studying it. And I think it'd be hard to quantify, the concerns, but I think I've heard, the concern, and I think we need to address it somehow in this, going forward, that identify if there's improvements that can be made to mitigate the concern.
This is Mayor Nanda. Yeah, I mean, I'm not comfortable with that. I feel like there should be some way to quantify, looking at cars parked on the side of the road with the driver's door facing the road, people getting out with coolers, going to have a picnic down by the lake. There are always at least 3 or 4 cars parked there, and folks crossing the road from the lake side to the other side on bicycles and walking. And I just feel like there has to be some kind of way to quantify that, and the estimated increase in traffic and the potential danger that poses versus, you know, the very experiential data that we have based on that intersection. I'm not comfortable without some kind of model to have an understanding of that, because I would be loath to create it, or even, you know, looking at the cost of fencing, the height of fencing needed. Some dogs are jumpers, so even if that were to be an option, what that risk is, I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward without that kind of information.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I understand that, and I think what we could do is, you know, with a study, get some pedestrian counts out there, observe the part, you know, how folks use the other roads out there, and parking. You mentioned parking, and I think that hasn't come up before that I've heard, but you know, folks that park maybe alongside the road, whether it's 900 or 902 or the spillway road. And so, you know, we've talked a lot about different stakeholders. There's folks that go and, you know, park over there to go fishing in the spillway. And so, no, I think that's a good point. I think, you know, just thinking about it a little more, that we could try to get some counts of pedestrian users out there, and see how parking is getting used, and try to incorporate those facts into what we propose or could include with the roadway extension project.
Ms. Marinado, I appreciate that very much.
Commissioner Larson, I just want to step back a little bit and talk about Commissioner Shipley and Commissioner Bowley's conversation regarding the no build option. So that's my understanding is when Dave said, I think towards the beginning, that there's nothing left off the table as far as options go. So no build has to be one of those options. And it's one that I would definitely consider, depending on what staff comes back with. So I just, again, want to clarify one more time that that is truly an option. Is that not correct, Dave?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. That is an option, and that would be, you know, ultimately it'd be your decision. You know, we could bring back an option for an alignment, and you could say no, and we would not proceed with the project. So we're not committing at all tonight to the project. We wouldn't be committing to building the project even when we begin the public engagement. Once we complete that process, we could not proceed with final design plans, and it would end there and not build the project. So
thank you, Dave. Commissioner Larson again. And so generally what we see when staff is looking at a project going into the preliminary design phases is they come up with several options, or a few options at least. Do you envision this being a similar type of situation where you'll come up with some options?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I do. Multiple options, minimum 2, probably at least 3. Really, and again, I think there's options. There's a lot more than 3 options, but then there's really what is feasible. You know, you know, people can say, yeah, we can take it down the dam, or you can go south and cross the Wakarusa River. Yeah, you could do a lot of things to have a secondary access point, but what's really feasible? And so I could see minimum of 2 feasible options, if not more, including the one that we've shown.
Vice Mayor Finkelstein, following up on that, I mean, I guess that's kind of my questions I was asking earlier. I mean, given the public comment we've received, not only tonight, but in writing, I can't see how you'd ever have any support, any strong support, or certainly no consensus to build 27th on the current road, the current, you know, gravel road. I think there might be a chance to discuss no build versus going somewhere to the north. But it sounds like there's probably only one option going to the north, or some variation of going to the north, I guess. mean, if we said you can study this, but we're not going to approve a road down 27th Street as it currently exists, or down that gravel path, but go ahead and look at other options, is that something you would still support going forward with, or without, or do you think it's more of a no build versus that option down the current gravel path?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. You could certainly direct us not to look at a specific option, but I think we're trying to start from scratch and say, well, what are the options out there? And, I think that could still be an option if you just want to say, nope, let's not look at it, scratch it. It's either something different or no build, then we could proceed with that direction at this point. We're just trying to, again, not exclude or anything at this point, because really we haven't had some of the conversations with the Army Corps of what's possible out there on their parkland that we lease from them. So,
Guys, Mayor Finkel, I guess I mean, like, part of my concern is spending money on a consultant. I can tell you, I mean, I can tell you what they're going to hear about building along the gravel path. We've heard it for 5 or 6 hours tonight. I mean, there's not going to be support from the mud run people to build along the gravel path, and there's no. I mean, that's my impression, that there's nothing the consultant's going to be able to do to convince the mud run people that building along that path is going to be worth anything. I mean, that they're going to support it. So either we're going to come back with a no build option, we're going to come back with an option somewhere to the north, or we're going to come back with an option on 27th Street over the opposition of the mud run people, and we'll be back here having the same conversation, but having spent $100,000 in study or $50,000 in study. I guess that's my concern. I don't know if you have a reaction to that. That might be more of a comment than a question, Dave. So
This is Commissioner Foley. I guess I'll react to that.
Yeah.
I think the interest here is to take what we've learned and go forward, but not to preclude the people who are going to be doing the advisory group from talking about stuff. I don't see the point of saying, well, don't talk about this, don't talk about that. Let them talk. That's my point.
Commissioner Shipley, I appreciate that, Commissioner Bowley. My concern is that if nothing can be taken off the table, if we can't promise that as an option or guarantee that as an option, then we're just paying lip service to hearing from the public. We're just saying, okay, we'll let you talk, but ultimately we're still going to build this road. And I don't think that's what we want from our engagement. It degrades trust. And I hear that mistrust in the people we heard from this evening. And, I hate to say it, but 19th Street, there was an option guaranteed when we were looking at 19th Street. And Commissioner Larson had to come and remind us that one of those options was left off, even though it was directed specifically to be designed. So I feel like this is an opportunity to create trust and just paying lip service or saying this is engagement because we invited you to a meeting. I'm not sure that's what this group is going to want to hear.
This is Commissioner Bowley. I'm sorry if I've indicated that having a continued conversation makes a road inevitable. I don't see it that way.
and I didn't communicate that. This commission or subsequent commissions will decide whether or not there's a road that goes in there or whether we do a no build. And we will be listening to the public as we do this. So I don't see that having a continued conversation provides inevitability for a road.
Commissioner Larson, Commissioner Shipley, and I appreciate you bringing up 19th Street, because that was a project that had strong engagement from the neighborhoods all along 19th Street, which I really appreciated and listened to for, I don't know, maybe a couple of years, and to hear their point of view. And one thing that resulted from that is that we were able to come up with a road design, I believe, that had much broader support, probably not complete support, but broader support from some of the neighborhoods, that it at least they were able to get some sort of compromise on it. We, instead of a 40-foot some odd foot wide street, we came up with a 26 or 27 foot wide street, which seemed to help alleviate some of their concerns. So I think the public engagement part is extremely important, because it does give us an opportunity to broadly listen to everybody's concerns and maybe come up with a plan that's actually going to, provide some level of compromise and works for a larger body of people. And so that's why I really appreciate the ability to engage with the public, go to the meetings and listen to them one-on-one, their concerns, because it's an opportunity for me anyway to maybe try to bring some parties together and find a way that a path that works for the largest group of people we can for our community. So I really appreciate the opportunity to have that public engagement.
This is Mayor Ananda. I don't know that I'm hearing us having reached much of a consensus on this request for qualifications for public engagement and design services. I wonder if the kind of things that we are talking about as far as the scope of that is something that we are being asked to decide this evening.
Dave Cronitz, city engineer. We're not getting into specifics on the scope or asking for specifics on the scope, but if there are specifics or direction you would like to give us to include, we're certainly here to get that feedback.
This is Mayor Ananda. I mean, I think that I'm hearing some consensus around the public comment that we've been receiving and received this evening as well, that there is a need for dialogue and there is a strong preference for finding an alternative route or not engaging in this project or engaging it differently. And so there is perhaps an emphasis on looking at all options, not just road-based options, and the impact of those. Would anybody disagree with that or have some clarification on that around the commission discussion?
Commissioner Shipley, I might ask you just to clarify that, but I appreciate you saying that. When I was listening to multimodal, a couple people did ask on the multimodal commission why all of the solutions to our problems is always to build another road. And I think that's an important question because we do spend a lot of time thinking about how we're going to reduce driving. how to discourage driving, how to make public transportation more available. And I'm also grateful to I think her name was Jean, that brought up, 3 people from one family might go out there, there's 3 cars. And I've seen that. In fact, I've done it myself. So why didn't we ask ourselves, well, how do we discourage people from driving, or how do we use public transportation? We didn't ask ourselves that. We just went straight to build another road. And as much time as we spent putting green space in our Plan 2040, it is surprising to me that our first solution was to build another road. It's also surprising to me because we spend a lot of time talking about how we know we can't pay to replace a road 30 years later. And this road would be entirely our responsibility in terms of replacement. There's not homeowners living next door. So I just feel like there's a lot of things that weren't looked at in a comprehensive way. And I think there's some easier, cheaper solutions that I would have liked to have seen explored before we jumped straight to build a new road, including, see how some of the changes that have already been made will affect it. We don't really know. They're not complete. They might make a big difference. So that's kind of where I'm at.
This is Mayor Nonder. Commissioner Shipley, can I clarify? So you're requesting what?
Maybe that's what I'm asking you. So your statement was, what was your statement?
This is Mayor Nonder. So essentially what I'm hearing is that commissioners are broadly feeling like this is continued discussion is important on this issue, and that there is an opportunity for dialogue amongst varying individuals and groups involved in this issue and who will be impacted by this issue, some of whom haven't been named and might be relevant to that discussion, and wanting to have all options on the table in that dialogue. That was what I was hearing, but I don't think that's what I heard reflected back in your comments.
No, Mayor, I don't think that's what I meant either, and I may be alone, but I definitely want to say that it would seem odd to waste money on a study only to say we don't want to build something. What is it, $100-something thousand for a study?
Yeah. Vice Mayor Finkelstein, let me try this another way. Maybe, I mean, obviously the option before us is a request for qualifications for public engagement and design services and the approval of a steering committee. I mean, I certainly understand what Commissioner Bull and Commissioner Lawson are saying, that and I agree, I'm not opposed to having discussions and public engagement, certainly, and considering options. Dave, can we separate that from design services so that, we first have the discussion about general concepts, and, I don't want to enter into a contract with a design consultant if we come back with a no build so that there's nothing for them to design. Is this a 2-part process where we could do public engagement, have a decision on that, and then decide about design after that?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Commissioner Finkelstein, that's exactly what we're proposing to do, is to have a 2-step process with community engagement as the first step, and that would have a cost to it, and then a design process. So we wouldn't do any full design until we look at different concepts and options and decide if we're going to proceed with the project. We will need some engineering design to go along with that first step community engagement process, just to
determine feasibility, get some survey information, topography of the area to develop some preliminary concepts, but nothing with a detailed design. It's I guess the one thing that I keep thinking about in the back of my mind is the Corps of Engineers and what all they're going to require. They do need to see something to approve an alignment. So we'll need to work with them to see what level of detail they need. But our intention going into this is really a two-step process, and not doing design until we have the engagement.
This is Commissioner Boley. Would a consultant contract come back to us for approval?
Dave Cronin, City Engineer, yes.
Good.
This is Commissioner Boley. So our decision tonight is not whether or not to engage a consultant. It's only to ask for qualifications and put together an advisory group. And there's definitely nothing inevitable about building a road out of those two steps, in my opinion.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, I certainly, obviously, Commissioner Boley has mentioned this before. We know there's some pretty agreeable facts that the traffic at YSC is very bad, and a solution would be good, and that the Mud Run people will not be happy with anything that changes the condition. Is there a way we can work on all those together? Maybe. And I guess, staff is asking us to put together a steering committee and a consultant to help us see if we can get there. If it sounds like at least Commissioner Boley and Commissioner Lawson are in favor of that. I guess I can support that. I really want it to be a two-step process because I'm dubious that we'll get past a no-build option, and and you guys have said this a million times, I want the Mud Run people to know that's a real option as part of this, and it certainly is, but I don't want to get to a point where we spend a lot of money only to find out that we haven't made progress. So, I'd go ahead and vote yes to support this step, but I think we want to make sure that request for qualifications is set up properly so we don't expend too much money on step one.
Commissioner Larson, I concur with that, Vice Mayor. Definitely would want to see that broken out to the extent possible. I realize you've got to have some design just to show concepts, if nothing else, and also requirements of the Corps. But it needs to be that two-step process so we don't get into it so far that we've spent more money than is necessary if we can't come up with some level of compromise on what's going to happen here.
This is Mayor Ananda. Dave, if that were to be a motion and pass, would that be sufficient direction for you as you're drafting that request for qualifications?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, City Engineer. I think so. I almost would want to put it in our request for solicit these proposals to watch this meeting. For anyone putting together their proposal, I hope they do that. Maybe I'll just say that. But kind of kidding aside, but no, I think we have enough direction, and I'd really like those submitting the proposals to say what would their process be, and we would what would What do they see the process being for identifying the different alternatives and what their experience is in a project similar to this? There's no two projects that are identical, but you know, we're looking for qualifications of consultants that have maybe worked on a similar project with stakeholders and tried to find a compromise. Um, and we would bring back a detailed scope and fee for that first step process. And I think we would also ask them to put together a preliminary fee for the second step if we go that direction. But we will not proceed to the second step of final design without getting direction from the city commission. But I think we would get an estimate on the full detailed cost of what the community engagement process is and the design, and broken out into you know, where are they expending their time, and then we could have a conversation on what we want to include or not include in the proposed scope that we bring forward.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, thanks, Dave. Vice Mayor, do you want to make a motion? The answer can be no.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Yeah, I think we can make the motion that's here before us, and I think we've given direction for what we want to see when it comes back to us. So I would just, Vice Mayor Finkeldye, I'd make a motion to authorize staff to issue a request for qualifications for public engagement and design services for PR 21-2407 Youth Sports Complex, exit 27th Street Extension Project, and approve appointments to the 27th Street Steering Committee.
Commissioner Boley, I'll second that.
This is Mayor Nanda. We have a motion from Vice Mayor Finkeldye, a second from Commissioner Bully. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes 4-1 with Commissioner Shipley voting against. So I know that we are very near the end of our agenda. We have been sitting here for a long time, and my small humans theoretically have put themselves to bed, and my bladder is full. So if we may take a 10-minute recess, please, that would be greatly appreciated. And I'm apologizing because I know we're so close to the end.
I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. See you in 10 minutes.
10 minutes is up.
It's up? Okay. Well, it is late. All right. Are we ready in City Hall? Still not seeing Porter. Craig, do you need to run down there and herd them up? We can't start until they're ready, right?
Here.
Excuse me?
I can't hear them.
What color is your button?
It's blue. I don't know if Porter doesn't have our Zoom. There we go.
There's Porter. Porter, are we ready?
We're ready.
All right. This is Mayor Ananda. We are back from our recess. I will do a roll call. Vice Mayor Finkelday.
Here.
Commissioner Bully.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Shipley.
Here.
Mayor Ananda is here. We are all present and accounted for. We are ready to move on to commission items in our agenda. Are there any agenda items that a commissioner wishes to add? Any work?
Commissioner Foley. Last week, under other commission items, I brought up the decrease in fire calls that was disclosed in the table in our financial statements. I believe it's about a 90% decrease in fire calls. And there was no engagement on that last week. It was, that's the way it goes. But I'd like to bring it up again tonight with the idea that we have a future agenda item so we can actually find out what's up with that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Would that be like a study session item, or is that something that we would be making a decision on?
I think that we can receive reports as agenda items. I'm okay with that. I hate to put it on a work session because we've had trouble getting things onto our work sessions. And we will not be having a work session in November, I don't believe, because we're having a regular meeting on the 10th. So I'm interested in this information. I'd like to have it, and I don't really want to wait. So I just put it on as a future agenda item.
This is City Manager Craig Owens. Happy to do it. I think at least on one of the fire calls, it is a complex classification, not rather than it being a clerical error. And so we will be happy to provide that information in memo form and or on an agenda item. So if you've asked for an agenda item, we will definitely schedule an agenda item and have information prepared for you.
This is Commissioner Bully. I haven't had any assent from my fellow commissioners for that to be an agenda item, so I don't want to presume that it would just be done on what I'm asking for. I'm really interested in the information, whether we get it as an agenda item or not. I'm just concerned that if that's what it takes to get the information I'd like to have.
Yeah.
This is Mayor. Oh, please go ahead, Craig.
City Manager Craig Owens, I apologize, Commissioner Bully. I will definitely get it to you. It is a more complex issue, and we have had conversations on it, but you did request it some time ago, and I'm sorry I didn't get it to you.
This is Mayor Ananda. I wonder if, Craig, you could provide us, or if you feel like, because it is a complex issue, if dialogue would be more effective, or if providing that information in a memo on, say, for example, the city manager's report or something would be sufficient. And then if we have follow-up questions, we could do it as a regular agenda item. I don't know if Commissioner Bully would be interested in that.
I'm entirely open to that. This is Commissioner Bully. As I say, I'm really interested in information. I understand it's complex, but given that I appreciate the response from you, Craig, on that, but I frankly haven't heard anything. So that's why I've been concerned. And I'm very happy to have it as a city manager's report, as a memo, but it's important to me that we're able to understand this.
Commissioner Larson, I'm fine with the proposal by the mayor on how to handle this. I'm more than open to that.
This is Mayor Nanda. Is anyone opposed? I think you got your your consensus, Commissioner Bully.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Appreciate it.
This is Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Just so I'm clear for the minutes, the direction is to bring it back as a report on the city
Manager's report, is that correct, or as a regular agenda item?
This is Mayor Ananda. Commissioner Bully, correct me if I'm wrong, but if Craig feels that it could be included in a memo without too much complication, then including it there first. And if we have follow-up, we'll put it as a regular agenda item.
This is Commissioner Bully. That's exactly right. City manager's report would be just fine. Thank you.
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Thank you.
Any other agenda items to add? Sorry, this is Mayor Ananda. Any future work session items to add? Any other items?
This is Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Jeff, could you just tell me, I was expecting to have the text amendment on the winter shelter uses or the shelter uses on the agenda this week, and I know it got pushed back to November 3rd. You have any update on why that was, or do we have any issues coming with that, or is it just a timing issue?
Jeff Craig, Planning Development Services Director. Commissioner, it was just a timing issue. We found a couple of things we wanted to work out before bringing it to you for consideration, but we hope to have that to you hopefully very soon, if not the next meeting.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, thank you for that. I mean, with the forecast coming up, there's a lot of people talking about the winter shelter and what their options are, and I think people are kind of hoping that open up some options in the next 2 weeks, and so having to wait until November 3rd to have those options on the table makes it a little difficult. But I know Craig and other staff members are working on this, so appreciate the effort to get that, make sure it's on the agenda on the 3rd.
Mayor Nanda, anything else? All right, we are ready to move on to the city manager's report.
The city manager, Craig Owens. I don't really have anything that I'll expand on here, but happy to answer any questions on the 4 items that are for you.
Mayor Nanda, any questions from commissioners?
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, not a question, but I was happy to see the update on the utility funds and the CARES Act funding. I think that's people, again, that's one thing they've been waiting on, to see how that's going to work and to see the process going, and having that application out there was very relieving to a lot of people in the community. So I'm glad we got that worked out moving forward. So thanks for everyone who worked on that.
This is Mayor Ananda. Sherry, is there anyone present to give public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Craig, for presenting all this information. Let's look at our calendar. Anything to discuss there? Sherry, I realized that I did not read our executive session procedure at the beginning of our meeting. That is on me, and I apologize for that. I don't know how that impacts going into executive session, if I should read it now, so that folks know what to expect. And if we can just make the motion at that point, would that be sufficient?
Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Yes, if you could read that and then make the motion, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Marinata, thank you, Sherry. So there is an executive session on tonight's agenda. When that motion is made to recess into executive session, the commission will leave this Zoom meeting and go into a separate Zoom meeting. When the time scheduled for the executive session has elapsed, the commission will return to this Zoom meeting and reconvene the regularly scheduled meeting. So next on our agenda is our executive session. Do we have a motion for recess into that?
Yes, Commissioner Boley, I move that we recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 754319B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. The City Commission meeting will resume in its virtual format in accordance with resolution number 7333 at the conclusion of the executive session.
Second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. We will be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. We're just waiting for Brad. There he is. Kurt, are we ready?
Yes.
Ms. Mayor Nanda, we are back. Do I need to do roll call, Sherry?
It's Sherry Reederman, City Clerk. Yes, please.
This is Mayor Nanda. Thank you, Sherry. Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Here.
Commissioner Bully?
Here.
Commissioner Larson?
Here.
Mr. Shipley? Here. We are all present and accounted for. We are back from executive session. We have nothing to report. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
This Commissioner Bully, move we adjourn.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye, second.
Mayor Nanda, we have a motion from Commissioner Bully, a second from Vice Mayor Finkeldye. Commissioner Bully?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Finkeldye?
Aye.
Commissioner Larson?
Aye.
Commissioner Shipley?
Aye.
Mayor Nanda, aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you all and have a lovely evening. See you in November.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. It'll be an interesting one.